Also, I think as far as I know, we are doing this all in English. So a very warm welcome from myself. My name is Rebecca Eigen. I have the honor of being able to work at the KBHG Foundation. For those who might not know what KBHG stands for, it's the Kulturstiftung Basel Hageiga, and we are thrilled to be hosting next late summer, early fall, the exhibition Experimental Ecology, curated by Martina and Gianni, who will be speaking directly afterwards. And today we get to kind of kick off this fantastic exhibition with this 2-day symposium and the workshops that are starting tomorrow. So to keep it short and sweet, we're all very excited that you're all here. We can't wait to see what experiments or what experimental ideas, concepts, thought processes are going to be coming in the days to follow and months to follow. And with that, let me please welcome the two curators and masterminds behind this exhibition, Gianni and Martina.
Hello, it's a pleasure to see you all, and as well a warm welcome to everyone that is joining us online. We are Martina Huber
and Gianni Jetzer.
We are the curators behind Experimental Ecology.
So a little bit of background. It was 2 years ago during a COVID walk through a 500-year-old oak grove near Basel that we started the discussion that eventually led to Experimental Ecology. We were looking for an exhibition site in the woods to organize a show outdoors, addressing the deep ongoing fascination of humans for trees, literally, but also on a symbolical level. After being confronted with the challenges of the local bureaucracy, we became aware that the trees, in fact, didn't need so much of an artistic presence in the first place, and that our interest was foremostly driven by our human perspective on the environment. Quickly, the subject changed to how the perception of our environment changed within the last decade. Problems such as global warming have transformed ecology from a niche phenomenon into a topic relevant to society.
Climate policy, climate communication, and cognitive science researchers have identified better ways of conveying the climate change story are needed. Specifically, a new frame or narrative is required. There are also increasing calls for the arts and humanities to play a greater role in the meaning-making task around climate change. Today, ecology is a widely ramified field of knowledge in which interesting subcategories have been developed. Of particular interest for our project are, for example, human ecology, concerned with the complex ways in which people shape their environment and are in turn shaped by it. The Environmental Change Institute defines the human ecology more broadly as the study of the relationships between humans and nature, all of which are intimately connected in a web of interactions, and notes that research has begun to explore values and emotions by drawing on perspective from psychology, ethics, and theology.
Ecologists such as American Timothy Morton have achieved by now cult status. As the English newspaper The Guardian recently noted, Morton is the philosopher prophet of our time. His ideas may sound bizarre, but they are the adequate response to the shattering insight we must face in the 21st century, that we have entered a new Earth historical phase of our planet. End of quote. In his book, Ecology Without Nature, Morton sets out a seeming paradox. To have a properly ecological view, he says, we must relinquish the idea of nature once and for all. Departing from this complex and contradictory discussion, we began to map out a project where artists and scientists could meet to play a greater role in the meaning-making task around ecology. The working title, Experiments in Art and Ecology, was inspired by the famous initiative Experiments in Art and Technology, which took place in New York in 1967. The open and playful approach of the project, facilitating person-to-person contact between artists and engineers, made a lot of sense to us. The project Experimental Ecology consists of several chapters: a symposium, workshops tomorrow, an exhibition next year in August 2023 with an educational program, and eventually a free book. That's a beautiful tradition of KBHG, that actually every visitor to the gallery gets the book or the catalog for free.
So let us name the 10 experimenters that have accepted our invitation. So Christina Agapakis, a synthetic biologist that works with Ginkgo Bioworks. Alex Jordan, biologist, Behavioral Evolution Research Group from Max Planck Institute. Michel-Marie Letelier, artist that is based in Berlin. Ingo Niermann, a writer and artist based in Basel. Karin Pittman, biologist, professor of marine biology of the University of Bergen. Matthias Rillig, biologist, Institute of Biology, Freie Universität in Berlin. Riikka Tauriainen, an artist that is based in Zurich. Sissel Tolaas, artist and smell researcher based in Berlin. Meike Vogt, an environmental scientist at the Department of Environmental Systems Science at ETH Zurich. And Zheng Bo, an artist based in Hong Kong. Now we are opening the symposium with 2 panels on which the professions are still separated. Artists and scientists will discuss amongst themselves, presenting in a short presentation their work and special ecological interests. Tomorrow, the first round of experiments will happen publicly in workshops that are co-led by the 5 teams consisting of 1 artist and 1 scientist. Workshop number 1 is The Swiss, the Cheese by Sissel Tolaas and Christina Agapakis. Workshop 2, How to Feel Like a Fish by Ingo Niermann and Alex Jordan. Workshop 3, Minding the Water Worlds on Ethics of Salmon Aquaculture by Michel-Marie Letelier and Karin Pittman. Workshop 4, Feeling Like Plants in the Age of Global Change by Zheng Bo and Matthias Rillig. And workshop number 5, Drifting into the Plankton Imaginary by Riikka Tauriainen and Meike Vogt. And eventually, in August 2023, we will open an exhibition presenting the results from the collaborations between the 10 experimenters at the space of Kulturstiftung Basel, H.G. Geiger, KBHG. But let's keep it experimental. Maybe we will turn the space into a lab, a plankton tank, a fern forest, or a human cheesy dairy farm.
Experimental ecology wouldn't have been possible without Kulturstiftung Basel, H. Geiger, KBHG. Its director, Raphael Suter, Stephanie Suter, and Rebecca Eigen, who just spoke, have supported our project with enthusiasm, guidance, and ongoing generosity. Thank you very much. We would also like to thank our project assistant, Victoria Fleury, who tirelessly pulls the threads in the background and has facilitated the conception and production of experimental ecology. Thank you, Victoria. We are very excited to announce also a keynote speaker. Bernd Scherer is well known. Since 2006, he's the director of Haus, the Kulturen, der Welt. His program focuses on the examination of transformation processes in our societies, from post-colonial structures, ecological and technological upheavals, and he has received international acclaim in all these years. Mr. Scherer is on his way to us, so it was by chance that he was in Mainz, and so he's able to come in person, not through Zoom. And so we rescheduled the keynote for 5:30 p.m. tonight as the last kind of program point, so please do not miss out on his speech. Last but not least, Chus Martínez, head of the Institute Art, Gender, Nature, FHNW, Academy of Arts and Design Basel, and artistic director of Ocean Space in Venice, powered by TBA 21 Academy, has been a great inspiration and sparring partner since the beginning. Thank you very much for your dedication. We would now like to hand over the microphone to you, Chus, for your introductory remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So thank you very much for organizing this and for having all of us. I think it's a very important, it's a very important meeting that needs to be repeated again and again and reflected again and again. When we started working in Documenta 13, Caroline Christoph Bakargiev and myself, she came to me and asked, who do you want to invite for the Documenta? And then I said, okay, let's start it by something that I don't really like, which is Salvador Dalí, coming from Catalonia. You know, when you grow up with this kind of master figure next to you, you tend to be antagonistic to this thing. So let's start it by the opposite direction. Then I went to the archive of Salvador Dalí in Girona, and I started reviewing the material that he has been doing when he was interviewing scientists in the US, looking for two things. One is the possibility of a complete reinvention of gender, and second, then when this reinvention would be completed and gender would be something that is beyond any biological determination and would be decided and fluid and changing and actually would be almost a festival or a substance or a force or a wind or a cloud, when this would be a gift, then immortality. And it seems absolutely possible, because if it is actually a climate condition, gender, then it could be immortal if the planet does not disappear. So it all made sense, so Dalí was in. And then in our conversation, then I said, but Dalí cannot be in alone, it needs to be, we need scientists. And then she said, it's true, let's convince two of them. Who are the ones that you want to convince? And I said, well, the ones that are a little bit more fantasy-driven, like those guys that are into protonic entanglement, and they think that we can really be in two places at once, which is the dream of art. And then she says, totally true, quantum physics and Salvador Dalí. So we decided to invite two scientists in Documenta 13 that they took at the time a very prominent space in the exhibition. One, Anton Zeilinger, just awarded Nobel Prize of Physics this year, quantum physicist, an amazing person. The other, epigenetist, at the time very polemic, today very polemic, Alexander Tarakovsky. Alexander took upon himself to be together with Salvador Dalí, and Zeilinger took upon his kind of realm to be together with many other artists like Etel Adnan in understanding entanglement, not only in a protonic sense, but in an artistic sense. At that time, when people talk about art and science, even today is the case, people talk about two notions that are separated and that we united by art and science. So these two realms are still a complete binary. So the big thing is how to overcome the binary that this expression is naming. And how is that to be understood? Because historically speaking, the reason why art came into the play of the two disciplines, that they came mature together and they have a similar way of becoming modern, art and science, have to do with the idea that one of those disciplines is higher than the other, and that one of those disciplines actually only interact with the first in a sense of providing an expansion of experience that ideas cannot provide. So science provides the experimentation, the facts, and then there is an experience, but it's insufficient to reach the social. So in order to go there and reach the social, you would need art and artists to do that. But still, there is an interdependence dependency that is actually submissive and was kind of, in a subsidiary relationship with science. How to overcome that is not only a matter of imagination, but it's a matter of transformation and being trans. So both disciplines need to go into a trans situation where they transcend both disciplines and kind of invent a realm together that is different than their historical origin. Michel Serres, the French philosopher, said that it's very beautiful that the search for the Northwest Passage, which is mythical and determine actually the pioneering of the oceans in the 18th and 19th century, is very similar for the quest of this working together in between art and science. During the pandemic, actually in the middle of it, when the vaccines came, we were able to meet again, and we have a meeting with a couple of friends and students at the school. And one of the students said, how can people really not trust vaccination? It's kind of beyond my understanding that somebody would not trust the vaccination to actually be able to go back to normal. And another student said, it's actually beyond my understanding and my imagination that people would not trust contemporary art so that they could go back to normal. And it's very interesting this moment where actually science has been facing a mistrust, because it's the question of trust and it's the question of an understanding of experience and the interaction in between facts and experience inside the social construction of the future, which I think is what is at stake. And I'm definitely not very interested in science, or not more than I'm interested in art, meaning I have a passion for it, but I don't have knowledge for it. And it is exactly that, the transcendence of these questions of what knowledge is, which is also very important, because even in contemporary critical praxis, all the time we talk about knowledge and the nature of knowledge and the transmission of knowledge. But then there is many other realms and substances that are around it, and more people talk about wisdoms. People talk about other ways of knowing that are not known in the same way as the rational knowledge. Therefore, the expansion of knowledge into something else, which is something that art definitely is very proficient in, is what science, in my opinion, needs and is actually able to discover. And the question of the inquire, the making nature talk in different manners and actually trying to disguise the possibilities of a different mutuality and not interdisciplinarity, but a real mutuality in between art and science is what we need to discover. And I think that it's super important to take that into account in all the levels of the social education, art education, transmission, experimentation, and exercising it. Because what is important is not only producing platforms where we can talk about it and name it, but we need to experiment it, we need to exercise it, so we need to perform it. And I think that as absurd as it sounds, I think that science really is looking forward to us, art. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chus, for being here with us today, and it's always very inspiring listening to you. And now we welcome the artist for the first panel discussion. So I have the pleasure to welcome Ingo Niermann and Zheng Bo, Riikka Tauriainen, Michel-Marie Letelier, and Sissel Tolaas. Thank you very much for having accepted our invitation to this adventure and this experimental journey that we will be on for 1 year. And so each of you will make a speed presentation, no longer than 5 minutes, followed by a few questions. And we will then discuss different aspects of scientific and artistic collaboration. So first we will start with Sissel Tolaas. Maybe someone can change the slides. So Sissel Tolaas is an artist and smell researcher known for her work with diverse aspects within the topic of smell. From the beginning of 1990, she researched the importance of the topic of smell. And always transdisciplinary in different fields of science, art and design, and developed multiple archives, for example, the smell molecule recordings and replications, and parasounds and phonetics. And in 2004, she established the Smell Research Lab Berlin, supported by IFF Inc. US. She founded the Institute of Functional Smell Coding in 2010, and in 2016, she was the founder of Future of Education platform, a collaboration with the Nanyang Technical University Singapore and the Future Education PF Berlin. Sissel has completed 55 city smellscape research projects since 1998, of and for with major cities all over the world. She has worked on the topic of extinction and smell in multiple contexts, such as worlds, oceans, biodiversity, and sensory ecology, and other projects on the morbidity and decay of Detroit. And she is currently working on a smell heritage archive for the Pompeii ruins in Italy. So now, please take over for your introduction. Turn it on. Yes, exactly.
I wish I could do my little introduction was sending some molecules out in the air, unfortunately. I have to wait till next year. Anyway, I'm Sissel Tolaas. I call myself a professional in-betweener because there's air everywhere, there's smells everywhere. Every breath you do, you inhale information provided by others of any kind. And the only thing we share in this world is the air we all breathe. It's a shared endeavor. I tried at one step in my life 25 years ago to make air my matter. Use my own body, my own interface, and my own software to understand the world beyond the way it looks. I discovered a dimension I did not believe existed. I started to understand that communication goes far beyond semantic and semiotic. And I dedicated myself to this topic of smell, chemical communication. If you look into nature, and you look into how nature communicates, and how nature communicates with any kind of species, including human, they send molecules to each other. The first tool of communication on planet Earth, long before any word, were smell molecules. This is going on continuously. And we need to re-understand what means communication, what means understanding the other. We need to scale down to do this. And we have the science for the purpose, just need to apply it the right way. So without knowing where I was heading, I wanted to go upwards, I went eastward. I studied 4 years in Russia just to understand how can I survive without matter and commodity as a starting point of my thinking and my doing. In the middle of perestroika, I put myself in the middle of Moscow University, learned Russian, and I was obsessed with the black square of Malevich. I wanted them to decode the black square. How could someone be so intelligent to code amazing, complex content, Russian Revolution, into a black square? And I decoded the code, and that was the beginning of my curiosity journey in the invisible world. And I must say, I've never found a topic that so much made me engage with the world in a different way than the sense of smell and smell molecules. Be able to scaling down and leaving the context of concern and dig into uncomfortable part of the world only for the purpose of smelling it is amazing. So 25 years I dedicated to this topic. I built up an archive. I've been working with the knowledge out there on smell and taste. They've been interested in me being their devil's advocate, and I built up a portfolio that I think I can say today is revolutionary. You know, how I never imagined I could literally open the knowledge of smell and taste to the world in the way I have managed. So far, the world is now suddenly aware about invisible information is important. And with COVID, we more than ever were able to get that fact. So an invisible particle made the world close down. So suddenly people come to me and say, oh, Sissel, that's what you do. Oh, you work with invisible matter. I say, yes, for 25 years, I'm trying to communicate through the invisible matter, the air that you breathe. I try to understand. I try to record it, replicate it, bring it back to you to talk about it in a different way. So, yes, and also the whole issue of sense of deprivation, losing a sense, losing the ability to understand the world with the whole body and beyond is essential to get it done. And most of all, without emotional reaction, there is no action. So how can we bring back confidence to everyone, help us science to make everyone maybe understand the issues of concern, not only how things look like, but and how we talk about it, but also through the other senses. So that's what I'm doing in the macro of life. Where there's life, there's air, there is smell. There's ocean, there's all connected. And without air, we are dead. So all this is embedded in what I do. That's why I call myself professional in-betweener, but there's air everywhere, there are molecules everywhere. And I'm here, happy to work on a project and projects with all of you, not only with Christina Agapakis, who I've been working with for 10 years. We did Cheese project together, we did Extinction project together about extinction in plants and molecules, recreation of molecules and tissues through synthetic biology. But there is, every day I breathe, there are issues that I want to look into using science and art to bring that to the forefront of the discourse and the discussion and the topics in the world.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having
wow.
me. Trusting
I
I can contribute to something, even if you cannot see it.
So, how do you see the future of smell and and our approach towards it? Because we had a small discussion yesterday, so I would like to give you the word over that topic.
I think we need to scale down so we can scale up again. And what COVID learned us, to the lack of information provided by smell, by this, for the senses, using the senses to understand the world is massive. So I think now also with all this sanitation and sterilization that's going on, it's doing a lot of harm to the world, to the body, to everything. And we have to fight against it. Nothing is more real than a smell. The truth is in the smell. And the layers and layers of information added on to a situation have nothing to do with the situation, And that's, again, where science is so essential. We saw how important science was in COVID. We should apply science to whatever we do, at least in part of the discussion. We need to do this right, So in the sense of senses, and neuroscience is not much more further than it ever was. So understanding how the senses operate and appreciate that and lay out what we do, not only for what we see, like language is so driven by what we see. If you walk around and smell things, what do you write about it? How do you talk about it? So taking on these kind of challenges, letting people get, the experience on the whole body, not just, giving them for what they take for granted anyway, And I've done a couple of situations now with 2 big shows. In the middle of COVID, 30,000 people were crawling around in Astrup Family Museum in Oslo. They never, ever understand the world differently than after that. So there was nothing to see, but the whole body understood what the topic of concern was. So don't underestimate anyone, including, how can we learn from a cat? How can we learn from a rat? How can we learn from a plant? How can we learn from each other? You know, what are we talking about? You know? So I think it's, I think it needs to hurt before it's not hurting anymore. And I think we need to kind of get more uncomfortable than we are. And I mean that in a good way, you know. The earth have a lot of scars, and it knows why it have it. So do the body, and so do the soul, and so do the senses. If we don't take care of our senses, soon we have none at all. We are speaking about extinction, but, you know, extinction is a complex thing, you know. So I think we have to challenge how we do and communicate the topic of concern, and what the senses accomplish so geniusly is adding back joy and playfulness to the table. So much missing, you know. Learning in the context of emotion is essential to learning. So how can we use this fact when we talk about serious issues in the world, you know? Change the rhetoric is essential to getting things done. And activating people's body, and if you can't understand the math, maybe you are able to smell the issues of concern, or taste it, or touch it. So daring to get out of our comfort zones, call it art, science, call it whatever, you know, it's essential to get things done, and also collaboration is the new competition. So don't be afraid, you know, don't be nervous, just let go, you know. We're all in it together, you know. I think it's, now or never. I think joy and playfulness is essential here, and emotional reaction is causing action, and that's, if you smell the climate change, you'll never forget it. It's like the first time you smell something, you'll never forget that moment. And that reference stays with you till you die. And how can we use science to replicate a situation, the smell of it, in my case, and take that smell out of its comfort zone, put it in a gallery, and say, oh, that's what's going on at the North Pole. I had no clue. So, this is, you know, how, you know, it does not require a lot of money. It's just a little bit of education, and education here is a massive issue, all aspects of it.
And we are looking forward to experience everything you just said tomorrow. So for those that didn't subscribe yet for the workshops in person tomorrow, you will have the chance to experience what Sissel was just speaking about tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow we're trying to kind of make the micro organism, like in bacteria, visible, and show what the bacteria can do in a small experiment, a small workshop that also started with Christina Agapakis 2010 at Harvard, where we use skin bacteria to ferment cheese. And the cheeses have smells. The smells, you know, suddenly become a starting point of a conversation about the invisible, how to make the invisible talk, and beyond semantics. So there's something called paralinguistics, there's something called phonetics, there's something called coding. So there are a lot of ways of communicating, not just words. So these are kind of a teaser of how do we talk about things, how do we communicate the topics of concern in a different way beyond language. So it's a playground around bacteria.
Thank you, Sissel. Now we are moving forward to Ingo Niermann. He's sitting just to my left, and he's a writer and an artist, and he made his debut with the novel Der Effekt. You have to, but still, I mean, it. You know, when we're doing our research and for the different, to find like the artists and the scientists to collaborate, and we're crazy enough to accept, you know, the invitation. We were quite impressed by everything that has been done so far. So just a very short introduction. So he started his essay collection Umbauland at Surkamp in 2006, and Ingo has been editing the speculative book series Solution for Sternberg Press, and he has initiated numerous projects. So in 2000 he co-founded the revolutionary collective Redesign Deutschland, and in 2007, and he conceived a tomb for all people, the Great Pyramid, that made global headlines. And in 2014, he and Rem Koolhaas have been building a tool for public ballots to vote, called Vote, in Gwangju in Korea. And since 2016, Niermann has been collaborating with the filmmaker Alexa Karolinsky, and their film Army of Love premiered at the 9th Berlin Biennale and has since been shown in exhibitions at the Centre Pompidou, at the MACBA, at Castello di Rivoli, the CCCB and the Wiesbaden Biennale. And their second film, Oceano de Amor, was part of the 3 months exhibition in London's Auto Italia Gallery. And his Ocean Once podcast, that was a great inspiration for our research and for experimental ecology. The podcast confronts humanity with creatures living in the ocean. Now, please.
Yeah, I will, from the many things I did, I would like to start right away with this project that you mentioned, Army of Love, because this leads to what me and Alex Jordan have in mind of wanting to do. So my fiction writing is very often like a starting point for coming up with ideas. It's really like, it's a bit like playing chess with yourself. So I came up, at some point I had this situation with several characters in my novel wondering about redistribution, and that it's incomplete because it's usually about material goods. Maybe it's about education, chances actually to gain material goods. It's very like, has this like capitalist agenda. And that, where we have this idea, especially in a Christian context, that all comes from this idea of loving your neighbor, loving your next. Love itself is excluded in the redistribution. So charity does not, is meant to be driven by love, but it's not giving you love. So, so I was wondering if redistribution of love, of sensual love, of love in any way, is possible. Can we, is it beyond something, can we kind of plan it, can we train it? So we started doing these films that you mentioned, but we also did many trainings, dozens of trainings in the last 6 years. Mainly like in Europe, at many different places, longer, shorter, and water was always a crucial element in our exercises. And ideally, or let's say where our first video already started was in a spa, and later on we made it possible to actually go to the sea, to the ocean, have people in the ocean. There, this idea that, of course, in water, there's a different connectivity that you feel. I mean, you're always in the air. We are never, but we still have this idea the air is kind of, is not there. So we are like, it's us, and then, others are like over there, but actually everything is connected through water, in air also, but in water it becomes more, you can experience, you're in water, you move the water, and the person next to you feels it even without being directly connected. So, so I think we really succeeded. It's possible. It's possible to expand the ideas of who you could be attracted to, who you could develop love to. The next challenge kind of was, but could we expand this also beyond other humans? Could we also develop love to non-humans we might not be attracted to in the first place? And so I thought in this case it would be interesting, like the kind of the most challenging task, and that is to actually go into the sea, because the creatures in the sea are kind of most alien to us, I think, and get away from the sea mammals like the dolphins, the wolf, the whales. This is where people developed already a lot of empathy. That's fine. But what about like fish, like small fish, like they don't smell even, you know, they don't make noises, that they don't move their eyes. So it's very, very difficult to develop empathy with fish. And so this is our task, and what we will try to explore in the workshops tomorrow. And this will hopefully lead to a project the next year, is with Alex, how do we kind of enter a relationship to fish that is kind of like on an equal level, that is not paternalistic. Yeah.
And you were mentioning the ocean and the mammals and the different creatures that are living in it. And what can we learn from the ocean?
I think foremost that we are not important, you know, on this planet. You were rightly managed, I mean, all the harm humans have been doing to this planet, and we are so horrible. Yeah, it's true, but I mean, it does not matter in the end. You know, when it comes on a global scale, we will get extinct definitely sooner or later. If we will be replaced by robots or post-humans or just by nothing, it does not matter, but you know, nature will continue.
Thank you very much. So now, Michelle.
Hi. Thank you, Martina. Thank you for the foundation, also the team. Yeah, my name is Michelle Marie Letelier. I come from Chile. I'm based in Berlin since 15 years. And I would start saying that I feel like I'm devoted to natural resources. I myself lived in the biggest open pit copper mine in the world, located in the driest desert of the planet, in the Atacama Desert. So I feel like I have like a mineral in my DNA, you know, like copper and everywhere. And then when the mining town where I used to live was in a period of 10 years slowly getting buried because of new policies of the growing mine. So this process was for me very, very shocking when I went back, and then I started to record this. And so there's always a relationship for me between the mineral, which is something that we can call a commodity, very local, but very global at the same time, and the sense of with the landscape, the relationship with the landscape. So in this sense, I started my practice exploring this, not only copper, but then I went to make kind of like a parallel, an exploration with the coal mine. And in every sense, I mean, there's so much history, there's so much relationships within the capital concept of you know, like how are we today? And the relationship between the micro and the macro, the properties of the minerals, the properties of the natural resources, why we call them commodity and why they're so important in nowadays. So, yeah, after coal, I went on to explore sodium nitrate, which is a salt, and it was naturally extracted again from the Atacama Desert. And this is a crystal that holds information, and this sense of this crystal as an archive of information from the past and also towards the future. This is what has been fascinating to me, to think of these properties, you know. So then I've been combining the properties, like for example copper and saltpeter, making crystals, coloring the crystals with copper, and so on. So then I was interested in the ocean, and because it all this in the case of saltpeter, it began in the ocean. So I've been exploring the relationship between the desert and the ocean currents, the importance of the wind, for example, in the colonization. So then when I was into that, a curator friend of mine invited me to a group show in Norway. And then she said, well, you're working in the ocean currents, and this exhibition was about why living marine resources belong to society as a whole. And they were dissecting this section, like the title is, it was a part of the Norwegian law. So they were dissecting this law. What does it mean, you know, like natural living marine resources belong to society? So then I was thinking like, well, but what does saltpeter have to do with Norway? Maybe nothing, you know? So then I discovered, I started to research, and then I discovered this fact of that the salmon is the biggest producer in Norway, followed by Chile. But salmon doesn't belong to the southern hemisphere. Salmon does only belong to the northern hemisphere in a wild salmon. So then this fact was like very striking to me, and then the following years have been devoted to getting to know salmon. Who is salmon? And not only, like, of course, farmed as a cyborg, but who is really this species? Who is salmon as an ancestor of our own engineered bodies? Because we come from the ocean. So there's this unconscious relationship between our species and the ocean, and all the ocean species. So yeah, I've been exploring the last 5 years, and also like I've been a lot in Norway. I got to know Karin Pittman, 2017, and a relationship with scientists. Not only you, Karin, but more scientists have begun regarding this salmon farming. The whole constellation around salmon farming, which is very geopolitical and is also has to do with an ecological thinking. And since it's not black and white, it's not like we're against salmon farming or pro salmon farming. This is also for me interesting in the sense that we can start thinking ethically from other perspectives, not only our political perspective, but other perspectives that have to do with science, with politics, with economics, with trade, with transport, with the use of other resources, with extractivism, so with the unconsciousness, with poetry, with indigenous knowledge. So there's a whole constellation around this way of serving our quest for protein, I would say, that, yeah, have been devoted for the last 5 years. And I'm very excited to finally work one-on-one with Karin, because, yeah, we've been brainstorming and discussing many of my projects, but this is the first time we can actually work one by one, and this is very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for letting us being part of that. And another question that just has arisen was, what kind of role does fiction play? You were mentioning cyborg before. What kind of role does fiction play in your work?
Yeah, this is a good question, because sadly, like, I don't know if it happens to you, but sometimes I've been thinking like, okay, so I'm collaborating with scientists, I'm collaborating with other people, different disciplines, and then like, ooh, who I am, you know, like how can I, what is my own contribution? And then I have to go back to like, okay, so maybe my own contribution comes from the poetry, from fiction, from the imagination, from working with, for example, my dreams. I have a lot of ideas that come from my dreams. So, and that has to do with the unconsciousness, with the ocean. So that's the way for me to go back to myself as an artist, and how can I contribute in this constellation, this collaborative work. So it's important to go back to what we are, what we can contribute, and in my opinion, use our consciousness. And that can be translated into poetry, into fiction, and so on. Yeah.
Thank you. Now we are moving over to Zheng Bo. So he's an art maker, a researcher, and a teacher who is known for his unorthodox approach to multi-species relationships. And he creates weedy gardens, living slogans, and eco-queer films. And in his ongoing project Pteridophilia 2006 until present, he investigates the coexistence of man and ferns based on mutual understanding and pleasure. So in the second chapter that followed 2018, a protagonist makes love to a fern nest and then eats it. So raising the question about the morality that it is okay to eat plants, but not to make love to them. So please take over, Bo.
Yeah, I do a lot of weird things. But I like plants. I mean, I like animals. I also like fungi, occasionally humans. You know, I have another 40, 50 years to live, so I try to spend more time in forests. But it's great to be supported by a project like this, so that I can spend time in the forest in somewhat more crazy ways. Because I think we're so lame. You know, we're so not intuitive. We're not so sensible these days. Like, you know, you're talking about smell and things, and you know, I think most of the time we're just zombies. So for me, like, spending time in the forest is to be able to relearn how to live and to be more alive. So the picture I'm showing there is a forest outside of Berlin. It's a beech forest from the last ice age. And I was in Berlin in 2020, and because of the COVID, it's actually a great opportunity to spend more time in forests. I was there, and I also forced other people to go with me, including Professor Matthias Rillig, who's a scientist who studies ecology, but who has never been to the forest. But I think, you know, in the forest, we talk, we walk, but I always say it's not just two of us. I mean, there are two little humans in that picture. It's mainly trees, right? It's huge beech trees and also fungi, of course, many other things, including smell, a very intense smell. So I always think it's two people. Even though in our human world it's artists and scientists, we see ourselves very differently in the human world, but you know, when we are in that context, we're just two little humans trying to understand the planet. So I don't see that distinction that much, actually, in the forest. And I also started to get, you know, when I started to work with plants about 10 years ago, I was more interested in their relationship to our human politics. For example, to our colonial history, to food, etc. But now I'm much more interested in how plants practice politics on their own terms. So I'll say a bit more. So for example, I think a lot of people probably, I mean, here I think many people are just so into nature. Anyway, the idea that plants are social beings are more or less even accepted in mainstream media by scientists like Suzanne Simard. We were talking about this yesterday. But to me, I firmly believe that plants are also political beings. They practice politics all the time. It's just we don't see them that way. We don't try to understand their politics. So this is something that I started to, I think I believe it, but I also want to understand it a bit more. So that's the starting point of the project 2 years ago. But I think it's a huge project. It's not gonna, I'm not gonna answer this question. The collaboration with scientists like Professor Rillig and also other scientists that I've talked to really helped me to develop some intuitions. But I think it's actually going to take a long time and many, many of us to perhaps understand a little bit of how plants practice politics and how bacteria practice politics and many other non-humans actually practice politics, and how do we practice politics together. So I look forward to actually learn a bit more in this project.
And what can we learn from the politics of plants specifically?
I'll just give, I don't think it's an answer, but I'll just give one example. So we were, I'm sure Professor Rillig will talk about his research, but I learned, just through the conversation with him, the intensity of mycorrhizal fungi, that I'm explaining things, correct me if I'm wrong, right? So there are actually fungi cells that actually grow inside the cells of the root of plants. So that degree of, that intense degree of symbiosis is something that we probably, I haven't thought about, like we were talking about, for example, in the conversation in the film, I was saying, of course we have sex, right? So we actually get intertwined in each other's bodies, but our cells don't get intertwined. So that degree of intensity, I think it's just something for me to think about in terms of actually the trust between these partners, the long evolutionary trust. I'm using, of course, political terms to describe something perhaps scientists are not so comfortable using. So how do we understand the intense trust that's developed over millions of years of co-evolution? And how do we see that as a political practice and perhaps be inspired by that political practice?
And would you give us a short input into what we're going to do tomorrow together with you and Matthias?
I think Sissel actually said a lot of things I was going to say. I firmly believe that it's not just knowing, it's also using our whole body. So I work with Professor Rillig in the workshop to try to just do a little bit, because it's only 2 hours, right? So do a little bit of developing relationship with plants and thinking and feeling with them using different senses of the body.
Now we are moving over to Riikka Tauriainen, and in her installations, videos and performances, she is interested in historical narratives and post-colonial theories and gender issues, and she navigates on the boundaries between art and science, between fact and fiction. And in the series of works of Hydro Commons, she deals with the hydrological phenomena and with a post-humanist world of ideas in which she explores to what extent our kinship with other bodies can be understood as a deeply materialistic relationality. Riikka, she's working as a lecturer and mentor at art schools and universities in a transnational context. So among others at Zurich University of the Arts, F&F School of Art and Design Zurich, École de Design et Haute École d'Art du Valais, University of Cologne, University of Potsdam, at the HGK FHNW Hyperwork Basel, and at ETH Zurich, Art and Architecture. So please take over, Riikka.
Thank you, Martina. I'm very honored to be here. So great human beings, and all these speeches were already so inspiring. I'm also looking forward to the collaboration with the scientists and Dr. Meike Vogt, that we will do the work as well as the workshop tomorrow. So I chose the slide here because it's a very new piece. It just opened a couple of weeks ago, and it has the name Ecotone Encounters. It's in the museum, Zeppelin Museum in Friedrichshafen, from the ZF Art Foundation in Friedrichshafen, Germany. I was interested to do research and a new artistic work at the Lake Constance because I have been working with the River Rhine, and the River Rhine starts at the Alps, flows through the Constant Lake, and ends up at the North Sea. I had the opportunity to work together with the Institute for Lake Research, and I was quite free to film, make sound recordings, field recordings. I did underwater recordings with the hydrophones. We went on research trips with boats, and I also did a trip with a sailing boat because we noticed that it was necessary to have a vehicle without a motor to make sound recordings. The motors underwater became an important part of the piece as well, but to listen to more closely to other sounds as well. Yes, so there's a video work, there's cast ceramics that are placed on this snake-like meandering plinths made out of wood and metal. It's a loop that kind of narrates from the air to the shore, to the waves, to the tension of the switching and diving into the water, into the lake, and ends up in this microbic world of plankton. And this plankton I could film at the Institute after getting them with the boat and then filming them with the microscopes. As the name tells us, it's about an encounter between human and non-human. The water is the binding matter, and these spaces of the shore and the bottom of the lake are these places of encounter, places where the ecosystems meet. We have an overvoice that is a polyphonic voice or voices, and it speaks about the importance of the plankton. It speaks about importance for life on Earth, on its production of oxygen, binding effect of the carbon dioxide, yes. But it also talks about care and the importance of care, our relationships to other bodies. And I think this is a very important connection. You see images of close-up scientific research, but we talk about care, and I think this connection and this practice of responsibility and care and how we can introduce this more as a common in the sciences is also a kind of a message that I have in this work. Yeah.
And why did you choose to focus on plankton while discussing the underwater world?
Well, the more I have knowledge of them, the more it makes all sense. But it started when I did a work 2018 in Genoa at the Mediterranean in Italy. And I worked with jellyfishes and octopuses and other sea creatures. So kind of was a good continuation to work on this plankton, go more microscopic. Well, the jellyfish is also part of the plankton. So, and also I think, well, the scientists that I met and the enthusiasm that there is with this world was a very important issue. And I think more deeply on this question we'll answer tomorrow when we get into what these extremely important creatures like effect in the whole life on Earth.
Thank you. And last question, where do you see the fantasy or the science fiction in science?
Everywhere. Where do I see it? Well, I do, yeah?
Because you mentioned, when we were speaking, that scientists are artists as well. So I was wondering, because it's the newest collaboration, and we are very much looking forward to know more about it. But I think this whole storytelling and fiction that we can find in your work, and where do you see the touching points with the science?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I mean, I think, as you told also, the connection of coming from the arts and kind of having this practice of imaginary worlds and translation of it, maybe for an audience. I feel safe there. But I noticed also in the collaboration that because I think it's so important to make the science, make the knowledge of these watery worlds or our environment to actually change something is also to know something and get closer. And the knowledge is not only the rational, but also the experienced and the tangled and felt. And when I talk with Meike Vogt, I realize that she has this kind of deep knowledge and kind of is maybe somebody who is the most closest for me to reach in the world of plankton. So there's so much imagination there, which is of course connected to the science and not questioning it, but to understand it, you have the imagination and you have the story and you have the parts in it. And anyhow, I think in our collaboration, our roles are very mixing, and we are very much also trying to get out of our comfort zones and get out of our disciplinary borders, and I mean try to be open to it. And of course we have a certain experience and knowledge, and we kind of support each other in there. But we want to give also this freedom to each other, and I mean, yeah, there's very much artistic potential here, which I'm like, I'm just observing. No, we are working together. Yes.
Thank you very much. So we will have some more questions to all of you that may just answer and take over from one and each other. So, I mean, in general, we were speaking a lot about the topic of environment and ecology, but I mean, some of you answered the question already, but why is the subject of ecology important to you personally? For everyone, yes.
Didn't we answer this question by already? I think so. We are sitting here. We're all sitting here because we think it's important.
No, and the way you're all linking the approach of intertwining the research of science and art in your work. Is there, let's say, an advice that you could give to all of us, by looking and having different perspectives? Is there an advice that you could give us for our daily life, dealing with our environment and the topic?
I think we need to change our perspectives urgently. That's the thing. All of us, we need to change our perspective, our comfort zone, get out of it. And this is like mandatory day by day. This is like it's an emergency. Simple as that. This is what I feel, I don't know. And this is why I don't know, working collaboratively or mutually, as you were saying, is an urgent matter. We need to get out of our way of thinking, our comfort zone, our perspective. We need to look at people who are not so fortunate as we all are here to be able to be here, you know, like there's so much disgrace and so much injustice in the rest of the planet, not only human, but, you know, beyond. So we need to, I mean, this is for me the most important mission or exploration, to try to enable ourselves to change our perspective in an urgent matter. So, yeah.
And we are often, you know, living in this bubble, and do you have, how can we get out of this bubble for really reaching out to, to people that are maybe not working in the same field, or that are having a different interests?
I mean, COVID was a good opportunity as a starting point, you know, to kind of recharge, to start over again, somehow re-understand what it means to be in the context of other, and including the not visible or not tangible, you know, elements out there that are determining, you know, and also very seriously giving a lot of indications, you know, what is going on, you know, beyond what we see and what we, also sometimes smell, you know. I mean, elephants are able to smell, have 1,500 receptors, humans 400, dog 900. I mean, what does that mean, you know? This, how do we take care of those 400? How can we learn from the animals to understand the issues of concern? How does a tree observe, you know? I'm working on a project now with Neri Oxman with developing softwares and hardwares to understand nature, understand other animals, other species. What do they think about what's going on, you know? And then maybe, if we don't even understand it, maybe we should make an effort to understand it beyond our logic, yeah? So I think there's a lot of science, again, back to science, that had to be modified. The knowledge, you know, had to be modified for other purposes than just remain in the lab, you know? Okay, we have to write paper, you have to come up, paper had to be published. Maybe there's a shortcut where we can do these experiments together, get out of the comfort zone and try out things before the paper is finished, you know. In the process is the product. I think more than this world is driven by commodity and product, everything has to have a result. I think the process is the solution, you know. Also I see this collaboration here is more about finding a way how to work together and co-think rather than producing an exhibition you know, consisting of objects or, you know, whatever. I think this is also collaboration is very much what it's about. How do we collaborate? How can we, you know, how could we, how could artists, how could we together be involved in decision making? How can we place ourselves in education much more? How can we contribute to changes? You know, how can we learn our kids to think like us? Yeah? How do we do that? How do we scale down our rational understanding of the world to a level that, you know, animals and children do? Because children are very kind of animalic, you know. Children are very primitive. And, you know, I speak about 0 to puberty. It's like their senses are providing information what's going on in the world. And I think we lost it by becoming grown up, yeah? So how do we, scale down again? Just crawl around in Basel and find out what's going on the ground. Like Chus is doing this amazing project with cats. You know, we should all be there this afternoon, find out what the cat actually is doing in this world, you know? We all love animals, but do we understand them? I don't know, yeah? It's just an excuse, really, yeah? So I think it's like, really, come on. Let's do it. Let's have fun. I mean, fun in an intelligent way, you know. And I think it's very much we can learn from each other to accomplish that. Yeah.
So when we were speaking about collaborating and doing it together, and as well the experimental part, as it's called, experimental ecology as well, are there different notions of experiments? Do they differ in art and in science, regarding your opinion? All of you.
I think when we were speaking early on with you, you made this. You had this assumption that there would be like a fundamental difference. Huh? As I got it, I kind of science is the sphere of objectivity, and then the arts is more. Yeah, there's more like the reign of empathy, and yeah, I think this is just not true. And or at least, I mean, what interests me, science that interests me, yeah, you sense there is, I mean, of course, this is just as driven by feelings, by emotions, by empathy, as many artistic decisions. And I completely agree with what you just said, Sissel, that it's about actually experiences. I've been a complete believer in gaining knowledge by just reading tons of books, by watching films, and always thought this is like the path to knowledge, and it is in a way. But then I grew older, and I realized how much I was shaped by experiences as a child. Yeah, in the end, I can really. It's so easy to see, and why I'm in a different position in certain regards has a lot to do with me growing up in the countryside, and my perspective on nature is so different from city people, and and like a certain very non-sentimental view on nature, and this is just based on childhood experience, and and I don't say that means it's all about now going out into nature and have forest kindergartens, which I think is a great thing, but of course we can think of how to provide scenarios for new experiences.
Yeah, doing small experiences, doing a conference in darkness. What if you didn't see us now? What would happen? Would you smell us more? Would you smell our concern about the planet? What would happen? So I think this daring to change format, change way of doing things, in science, get out of your, lab and take the issues to the people. And get out of these norms and the construct that's been sitting there for generations and does not really work always, yeah? Especially now, time is money. So how do we do this? And I think our science can learn a lot from artists here, to have courage. Like she said, we need to bring this issue to the social. How do we do this? Yeah? How do we learn from how children play around? And how do they apply, things to their knowledge and learning about the issues in the world for later on? What is that all about? Yeah. So I think this is, I hope, in the comfort zone of Switzerland, with this amazing little experiment we are doing, we will come up with some new ways of doing it. Not another exhibition of science and art, that tons of them out there. But how can we all feel like, ooh, this hurts, yeah? And maybe come up with some prototype of doing it different. In collaboration is a new, is the new way of solving the problems, and show the world out there, Norway including, similar like Switzerland, comfortable zone in the world with a lot of money. And maybe they can help us to place this new methodology of doing things in the world that's so much needed and cannot afford it. So I think, here, yeah, that's how I approach this opportunity here. I'm not going to make another Swiss cheese, but I maybe can help the Swiss understand their cheeses. It's like Boltanski once upon a time did this amazing project about the dead Swiss. Yeah, what does it mean? When you're so comfortable, how would you look like when you're dead? Yeah. So I think it's turning inside up, go underneath the shiny surface. What are the flaws? Can the flaws become beautiful? Like your scar on the skin, why did you get it? You never get rid of it. And, so on and so forth, kind of not something new, but already, existing way of doing, but rethought, And I think, again, COVID learned us to rethink reality, rehumanize, connect with not only other humans, but sitting alone at home, you know, for all of us, had a huge impact in understanding what it means to be. You know, missing is part of having. So I think it's now with the euphoria, oh, COVID is over, it's not over. The world before was an illusion. What COVID did, it revealed the reality. And now we have all this overwhelming that has always been there. It just come up to the surface. So how do we do it?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think it's...
We will all explore it more deep, and maybe if you agree, we open up for questions to the public and or online. And so to everyone that is listening and participating online, you can send us an email with the questions that we are going to answer. And maybe we start with the public.
Thank you all. It was very inspiring. My problem is I have too many questions. I don't know which one to start first. So my most recent one, I know, Ingo, you have written a few books, and you have a fascination with pyramid, whether in Berlin, pyramid. So the question is there only symbolic spiritual practice? Is this a tool for transformation? Like,
I very often work intensely related to things I don't have any relation whatsoever, at least in the beginning. So I must admit I was never fascinated by the shape of a pyramid at all. Of a pyramid, you know, Egypt. So I don't do any spiritual practices related to the shape of the pyramid. The reason why where it started is that it is an abstract mountain. Yeah, this is where it started. It's the most, when you think of like doing a kind of stable, simple construction, you come up with a pyramid. This is, again, it's and maybe it then rather goes to practices of children. Yeah, you build something, it's a bit like a pyramid. It's a very, so I thought, yeah, it leads a bit away from here, but yeah. So I later on I came first my first big pyramid project was a collective tomb, as you mentioned, for potentially all human beings on Earth. And then later on I came up with another one, a pyramid mountain that would be carved, again a massive structure, but it would be carved out of a mountain, and once this would have been completed, then this pyramid would be buried again under the remains of the mountain to restore the mountain and hide the pyramid again, and and would see if like a future creatures at some point would be interested in that actually and find out that there was actually like there were all these rumors in Bosnia. If there was something that's like a mountain that looks a bit like a pyramid, and then someone came up with the idea, oh, this actually was a pyramid, at some point, and they started digging and looking, and it wasn't a pyramid, but people got really crazy about it. And I went to this town. It's amazing. All the hotels were renamed. You could see when you would go to the garage, you would still see the old signs. Before it was the Hollywood Hotel, and then it was renamed into Pyramid Hotel. And so yeah, this is kind of my fascination.
Did the construction in Berlin happen? You proposed to construct a pyramid in Berlin once?
Near Berlin, yes, yes. But maybe we can talk about it afterwards. I mean, it's a bit, I don't want to abuse your attention on this. Yeah, I can tell you everything. Yeah.
Can I ask one more question?
Maybe we just hand over to someone because we have 5 minutes left, so there are not that many. Maybe Victoria asks a question from the online, and then we move over to another question.
We have a question online from Channel 0. Could or do you make a distinction between synthetic and artificial in your respective research? I can repeat the question if you want. So do you or could you make a difference or distinction between synthetic and artificial in your respective research? Well, I don't have any more information about
if you're using maybe synthetic smells in what you do.
The world is full of both. The world is full of both. I mean, molecules are complex structures of atoms and synthetic and organic.
Great. So another question from the public here. Maybe Shita, could you or someone could hand over the microphone?
Yes, it's also addressed to you. You said that truth was in the smell, regarding your research about smell. Why is truth in the smell and maybe not in vision?
Why do I include smell, not the vision?
Yeah.
I don't not include vision, but I add on smell to the moment of perception. Yeah? So smell is a sense that have literally been more or less ignored for generations. You know, of course, you always smell. You smell before you see. That's happening human and subconsciously, animal consciously. So I try in my work to make it as a conscious part. The smell is the topic. The smell is doing the talking, and if there's anything in addition to that, that just help the smell to do what it's supposed to do, be smelled. So it kind of as a supporter. Yeah. The way I operate, if I do, decontextualize the smell, source, replicate it, reproduce it, take it out of the comfort zone, and place it without any kind of indication what the smell is. So I trust that everybody somehow can interpret it in one way or another, because smell is very personal. So there are multiple ways of understanding it. It's a complex singular molecule that I have knowledge about that they do something specifically. That's one thing, and then there's the complex smell structure that is identifiable. It smells like something you smell, but your relation to it can be very different than the others. Yeah? So I don't want to dictate any kind of, this way or this way. So very often, just also recently, you enter a museum or a city or wherever I have done some project lately. There is no description, there is no explanation, it's only coding. So it's a coding system, that combination of a musical score and periodic table. So you're invited to explore and find out. And if you don't find out, it's also fine. I trust that everybody will make sense out of it if they want to. Yeah, so it's incredible what happened when you kind of make it so democratic, Dogs are running around like crazy. Humans are just standing and watching dogs are having a great time. So just recently I did a project in Pennsylvania, University of Pennsylvania. One area was dedicated to dogs, molecules that only dogs can identify. And humans, if they become a dog. Yeah? Mm-hmm. And then suddenly you're like, oh, what's a dog doing there? Why am I not getting the message? Yeah? So, playing with these various, again, scales. And it's incredible. Smell, bypass rational part of the brain, immediately activate amygdala, activate memory and emotion. Yeah? So it's a shortcut, to this essential of what it means to be. Yeah? At least the way we define emotion, this is, what smell does. It activates that emotion. So what is emotional intelligence? That's very important that we feed that. And the senses are there to feed the emotional intelligence. So I think, again, back to what I say, the emotional reaction, there's no action. So if the moment you understand it with your emotion, that's how we learn in life. From 0 to puberty, we learn in the context of play and joy and emotion, because the emotional part of the brain is the most active, and you never forget what you learn. So trying to learn this and to apply this for grown-ups is what I try. Yeah? So apply
learning from children to the grown-up, and it works. How can you make an exhibition a playground for the senses, you know, with all the issues in the world, crawling around, finding out what it means when the ice is melting, when the fish is suffering, when the salmon is fed with nutrition that do harm to the ecology. Yeah, how do we do it differently? I think it's essential here. And we are equipped with this incredible thing called the body and the senses, all for free. So we need to educate how to use it properly in art school, in university, primary school, kindergarten, and we don't do it. It's all about competition, you know, rationality, you know, you have to, you know, earn money in this world. No.
Thank you very much. Maybe we move, Gianni? Yes. And after maybe we move over to another online question, I would say. Is there?
Yes. Just a question about the experimental ecology of the arts or of contemporary art. And my question is, do you believe the current system, you know, and the institutions that we have are sufficient for you, what you want to do and for your visions? Or how do you envision? Because I think experimental ecology can only be successful if we can implement it. Do you think the current institutions, museums, art fair and so on, are what you need, or what would you need on top?
My guess, no. Somebody else will answer.
No. No. Also think about the carbon footprints and everything, what we produce and do we recycle. And I think this should be overthought in a big scale. And it starts with us as well, like what materials, but also the whole institutions, how they rebuild. And
why don't we have a room where you can have experience in balance? Why don't you have a room experience temperature? Why don't we have a dark room, what, you know, where we experience whether we, you know, disability or about here? Why don't we learn these things, you know? This is what's missing. You know, we operate with construct that's completely outdated. That's everything from curriculum to institution. Museum having a huge problem. Because they have all this commodity to take care of, spending all the money to take care of the collection they cannot even maintain, you know. So it's a big problem. We need to close down all institutions and start over again, you know, and do it differently. I'm sorry. For that we need education. Educate
I have the answer. No, because we always pose the questions, but during the pandemic I was thinking a lot about it, and everyone was saying actually how can we work differently, and the art world is really a master in invocating new formats without performing any of them. But it's part of what we are, like we need to invocate and another different format, but at the end it's always a panel discussion. So, but I do think that what is really forcing incredible change is something super simple, which is the fact that traveling and the energy crisis is gonna change the museum for sure. So there is no other way around it if things go in that direction. So the other day, Museo del Prado announced that one of the major traveling exhibitions that they were expecting could actually not travel, not even for €1 million. That I think everyone has an assigned budget, and it needs to be a concourse, and the museums need to have companies applying for that. Nobody applied for that. So they got it again, 1.3 million, nobody applied for that. 1.5 million, nobody applied for that. So they stopped it. Nobody wants to travel this exhibition only from Germany to Madrid and return it to the United States. This is a major, beautiful moment in a way. So what I do think that is going to happen is that thanks to pragmatical problems, it's going to meaning there is several scenarios, but one potential scenario is the reinvigoration of what I call a critical folk fest. So we are going to be forced, science and art, to get out of our obsession with certain protected safe spaces defined in a certain way in order to kind of explain it again and perform it ridiculously in the social, because we would not have any other chance but telling it again and again so that people start believing. And let's see if we could actually implement a little bit of this polarization that is growing, making it a little bit smaller and save a little bit of what we call democracy. So it's part of the future of democracy is going to be this performatic exercise of refolking it. So we are going to go back to the festival in a way, because it needs to stay local, but it cannot be non-international. It needs to stay somehow connected with the values of the old internationalism that we have in mind in order to preserve localisms and renationalization and the coming back of sentiments which are against what we all think that shouldn't be coming back. But the only thing of doing it is this kind of homeopathic way of assuming the only formats that they were back to the villages, telling the villagers, and actually singing science to them, and then making the vaccine come, and the smell, because otherwise it's not going to happen. And I think that because people don't read, and this is a transformation, that is not a bad only transformation, but it's a transformation, then we need the performance and the exercise that is out of the space, and it's based on presence, both. And both we have been playing in the comfort zone, because the scientists wanted from the art the possibility of changing opinion and performing in an almost spontaneous way in the social, and we wanted the stability and the basis that facts provide to the praxis. So, and these two things also need to change. It's great times, I think. I'm so excited.
Gianni, but again, one question back to you. I mean, I must say I'm really sad since your introduction, because since you told us that you had this plan of doing all this in a forest, you know, and especially with the weather today, I think it's, even if it would be pouring rain, you know, and freezing, I would of course have preferred this to happen in a forest. And I really wonder if it's not, would have not been possible, cannot be that there's like forest kindergartens and so on. I mean, many people are doing this, and you know, and we, like in the realms of the art world, are not able to, I mean, you know, fight for it, you know, for your initial vision. And I mean, this is now as it is, and it's nice, but maybe next time, yeah, it will be really great to meet in the forest.
Thank you very much. And I think Bo, he's doing exactly that tomorrow. He's going to take us out. So at least we're going to have one of these experiences. And now I would say, if there are no online questions anymore, so thank you very much for being here and let us know all your inspirations and inspiring every one of us. We will do a break now of until 3:15. So we have the time in mind, yeah, until 3:15, and then we're gonna continue with the next panel. So feel free now to ask more questions, because I know there are a few more in the room. So everyone will be here, and we can continue the discourse during the break. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the second panel, and it feels so good to be here with you guys. And I mean, I thought it was quite interesting what Ingo said, that the difference between scientists and artists is overestimated, and I think it's a little bit a provocation. I guess there must be differences, and I think those differences are maybe also a reason why you guys are taking the risks to invest of your working time, experience, and knowledge to become partner in this experiment. So I'm very happy to have you here. So Christoph Rillig, Freie Universität Berlin, Karin Pittman from the University of Bergen, a biologist, Meike Vogt from the ETH Zurich. I wrote the wrong profession actually on the webpage, and she told me, no, actually I'm an experimental modeler. I thought, so wow, that's a real profession that is more avant-garde than being an artist almost. And last but not least, we have Alex Jordan from the Max Planck Institute at the University of Constance. So we have also an online guest, Christina, can you hear me? Welcome.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Wonderful.
Amazing.
Welcome to Basel.
Thank you.
May I ask, there was some confusion. Are you in Chicago or are you on the West Coast?
I'm in Boston. I'm on the East
You're
Coast.
in Boston. That's what I thought. We were always wondering, -6, -9. Is it like so early? Okay, wonderful.
Yeah, not so bad.
So I'm just going to make a quick introduction just to orientate you a little bit. We had a panel with the 5 artists beforehand, moderated by Martina Huber, and now we're coming to the second panel. So the idea was to separate you guys by profession, which feels unnatural, but still we thought it could be interesting as a first momentum in the process. So I will just make a short introduction. So you are a synthetic biologist and artist. That's quite interesting. You have this double root. And in your scientific work, you have examined enzymes involved in the production of biofuels, ecological design principles for synthetic biology, and the evolution of microbial communities in the soil. As an artist, you have mapped the microbial diversity of California, isolated halophilic bacteria, can't really imagine what that is, from the Salton Sea, and made cheese from bacteria living on human skin. Actually, the work that we discovered with Martina was this fantastic work that you did with Sissel that was shown at the Venice Biennale for Architecture, where you recreated the scent of an extinct plant in Southern Europe. And it was really thrilling to experience, first of all, the smell through science, through a DNA probe that you took from an archive, and also to see an electronic animation actually of this field, because normally animation is always kind of a fiction that is totally detached. And in this case, the animation and the smell was the only way actually to approach this plant. So it was a point of access to, the only point of access actually to reality. So I would like to invite you to speak just for 5 minutes to give us a short introduction about your professional work and your career so far. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me. Sorry I couldn't be there with you in person. I know it's a long trip for me, and there's a lot going on here in Boston for me. But anyway, as you were saying, I'm trained in synthetic biology, which is a field of biology and engineering, and bringing those fields together. The idea being to be able to program DNA as if you're programming a computer is sort of the long-term sort of dream of synthetic biologists. And so when I started working in this field now, 15 plus years ago, we were talking, there's a lot of excitement around this idea of biofuels. We're going to save the earth. We're going to solve climate change. We're going to do all of these hugely transformative things in society. But I realized slowly in my studies that, like, as I got sort of, oh, can you hear me?
Christina, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry.
Can you speak just a little bit slower, because the audio quality is
Sure.
okay. It's not bad, but it's not that good either. So that would help us a lot. Thank you.
Sure. Sorry about that. Is this okay?
Yes.
Can you hear me a
Yes.
little better? So I was saying I as a scientist was sort of getting smaller and smaller in my focus, right? Like looking at enzymes and DNA and things at the molecular level, but thinking about problems that are really at this global level. And I found that at that time, the scientists I was working with were sort of like, don't worry about that politics stuff. Don't worry about the people stuff. Like, really worry about the enzyme stuff only. And like, your experiments are the only thing that matters. But artists that I was meeting and talking to, and who were these amazing thinkers asking questions about what it meant to design living things, what it meant to be exploring these new kinds of technologies, they were asking the questions that I wanted to ask too. And so I ended up spending a lot of time working with those artists and thinking with them and asking questions with them, and eventually got connected with Sissel for this project called Synthetic Aesthetics, which was about synthetic biology and art, and using those techniques together and those kinds of bringing the fields together as equal partners to explore some of those questions about social issues and human issues and like things at that more global scale. And so you'll learn more about the Cheese Project with Sissel during the workshops and everything during this weekend. So I'll leave it at that, maybe for that piece of the puzzle. But then to say, since then, I have continued to work in sort of that bridging space in between art and science, and in between the social dimensions and the technical ones. So today I work at a company called Ginkgo Bioworks. We're a synthetic biology company. We really do genetic engineering as a service for other companies, trying to help them solve challenges that are addressing some of the biggest issues in the world, whether it's food security, health security, health and disease, food and climate. And my team and my role is really about thinking about how do we communicate and kind of create new kinds of imaginations about how this technology is going to work and solve those problems. So I'm very much still embedded in the science and the technologies that we're building, but bridging that through art and design and other kinds of communication and other kinds of social sciences and questions and thinking to really connect the dots between those two scales. So that's the kind of work that I do, and happy to talk more about anything, and really looking forward to meet the rest of the panelists. Thank you so much. Oh, now I can't hear you anymore.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you heard the applause. So thank you very much. Oops, someone's arm going off. Okay. So we had a question from the public actually for Sissel before, and the question I think was, if I remember right, do you differ between synthetic and artificial in your work, and what is the difference?
Ooh, I love this question. So I think synthetic often is a synonym for artificial or fake. You have sort of natural flavors in synthetic, right? Or natural materials and synthetic materials, or synthetic chemistry. And that's where people's mind goes immediately. But the root of the word is really about bringing things together and making something that's greater than the sum of its parts. So that's the kind of synthesis that I think about when I think about synthetic biology. It's about bringing together different kinds of fields and practitioners and disciplines and thinking, as well as different tools and worlds, right? So it's about the synthesis of biology and technology towards something bigger. And so that's the way that I think about this notion of synthetic, and not just fake.
To come back to this work at the Venice Biennial that you did together with Sissel Tolaas, I mean, the animation part is quite obvious. This landscape, I mean, these flowering bushes no longer exists. and you got like this landscape recreated, including the bushes, the light, the atmosphere of Mediterranean landscapes, and I can kind of refer to it, you know, how basically this imitation takes place. But how about the smell? So the process of taking a sample and then making into a living smell. So how do we have to imagine this process? And is it also, is it synthetic or is it natural or what is it?
That's a great question. That's actually one of the main sort of themes that I was interested in when doing the extinct flower work was sort of, there is a real in-between space between sort of natural and artificial, imagined and real, that was kind of captured by this project, because it was the scientific process, the way synthetic biology works, is we were able to find samples of these specimens of the plants that had gone extinct in a library, in a botanical library. And then from using DNA extraction and sequencing, you can actually like read those letters of the DNA code of that plant. The DNA actually like lasts for quite a long time. It's quite stable even inside of the plant that's been dead for over 100 years. And so you can access some of that DNA code. And then we can look at that code and find the sequences that encode the machines inside of the cell that produce smells, because we know a lot now about the chemistry of the smells of plants and the volatiles that the plants create. And so we can identify those sequences. And then we can synthesize those sequences in a way that will allow those programs to be run like a computer by a different organism, an organism that's living today, a yeast. So yeast now can take that code that made that smell, that enzyme that produced that smell, and produce that enzyme inside of the yeast. And so you can find what that molecule is and produce that molecule now via this synthetic biology. So the specific sequence, I don't know the actual one. I don't know how it actually existed. We actually had to do, if you remember them in the movie Jurassic Park, they had sort of fragments of the dinosaur DNA and there were gaps and they had to fill the gaps with frog DNA. We had to do kind of the same thing. There were gaps in our sequences. So the sequences are real, but they're not the exact sequence that was once in the plant. But they are sort of chimeras derived from the old DNA. So that's like one level of like synthesis, like, and fakeness, or like that's not the real origin there. Then it was the molecules were sort of produced by these yeast instead of the plant, and therefore, like, because they're disconnected from the rest of the plant, they don't have the same quality. It's not the same exact composition of molecules. A plant can produce hundreds of different volatile molecules that create the unique scent. In these cases, we got 3, sometimes 5 or 10 molecules. So it's not the real smell. It's this sort of synthesized smell. It is real. It's actually made by these the molecules exist. They're made by these yeasts, but they're not the real smell of the plant. So there's many of these layers of sort of interpretation, synthesis, distance from the original that sort of made this like ghost fragment of what the smell might have been.
Thank you very much. I mean, Sissel spoke so well about how memory is triggered by scent or by smell, and I think it's a perfect match, that you created this smell, and that actually it's put into value through this installation, but the experience of the work is really to connect and to create emotions. And I think it was really one of the great examples of this biennial, of a work that really worked for, I think, any kind of visitors, any age group, and that really struck me and left me with a long-standing memory. Thank you so much. I can fully understand if you are not able to look through the peephole into our symposium, and if we have to say goodbye also, I think it's very difficult to have a discussion, with 4 scientists being here and 1 being online. But thank you so much for your contribution, and we are all looking forward to meeting you in person next year in Basel.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. I really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
So back to the real world. So the next on my list, I guess it must be alphabetical, is Alex Jordan with a companion named Sabi. So hi, Sabi. Welcome to the podium. I think it's a great idea, and it affects me already. I think there are studies even that show that pets at workplaces make a big difference, actually pacify the workplace and make it a better place to think and to work. So you corrected me. I think by now you're working for the Behavioral Evolution Research Group at the Max Planck Institute in Constance, and you aim to answer a foundational question: how does social behavior evolve? You ask the question by situating your studies in the natural, often underwater world. In pursuit of the answer, your research traverses borders of subject and scale, from the neurobiology of social interactions to the development of cognition, to the ecology of entire communities. And you were the first to actually pass fishes through the mirror test, basically, about self-recognition and awareness of the self, which is, I think, was quite a milestone, and that, I guess, really changed also the perception of fishes and the whole hierarchy that we have regarding their rank, their intelligence, their awareness. You have worked abroad, like you investigated ancient lakes in the African Rift Valley, but also tropical reefs in the Pacific, highland cloud forest in Costa Rica. You have a great job. You travel a lot. And among other scientific highlights, you first demonstrated that the fish can pass the classic mirror test. And so your lab and your research, as I understood, are still centered around fishes in the widest sense. And what is also interesting is that you are very experienced in collaborating with artists. And some big names, I think Superflex are also represented in the collection of the hotel. So I think they are represented by this gallery von Bartha, who takes care of curating the collection here. So we should ask and look at the Superflex work tonight in the house. But you also worked with TBA21, with Chus, and with Thomas Saraceno, who's of course also a big name in the art world regarding ecological, scientific projects. And I mean, he got a name for himself for awareness for spiders. I think he really opened up the world of spiders and the way how spiders operate and what they bring to the table, so to say, living in the same house. I mean, since then I stopped looking at spiders with the next Terminator eye, but I'm rather respectful. So Alex, the stage is yours. Thank you so much for giving us an introduction into your thoughts.
Thank you. And yeah, thank you for that introduction. Yeah, so of course the scientific basis of my work is as we've just heard. I'm fundamentally interested in the evolution of behavior, how animals, including ourselves, have developed over geological time to have more complex, more nuanced, more sophisticated behaviors. What are the reasons that animals might need to develop those behaviors? What are the benefits of having those behaviors? And of course, what are the costs? And in that pursuit, I have worked across a great many different types of animals, including humans. I work with spiders quite a lot. That's why I've linked up with Thomas many times and continue to do so. But one taxa, one group that I'm really interested in is the fish. And I hope I can explain in the next few minutes why that is. As we walk around in this world, in the terrestrial world, we experience that world through the lens of our own experiences and our own for this wonderful German loanword, Umwelt. We have a perceived sensory experience that is a filter that really blocks out a lot of information, that filters out important information for us as humans, but leaves aside other sources of information. And what that means is that when we view the behavior of terrestrial animals, when we walk in the forest, like Zheng Bo was telling us, and we see a bird, or we hear a bird, or we see a squirrel, we have a sort of embodied interpretation of what that animal is doing through our own experiences, through how it relates to us. And that can be a barrier. That can be a scientific barrier. It can be a creative barrier, because when we're interested in questions like I'm interested in, which is what kinds of behaviors are there in non-human animals? What do those behaviors mean? What are they for? If I'm looking at those behaviors with my own eyes, my own ears, I will have an interpretation that may be very different to the way those animals interpret those behaviors. But ultimately, in an evolutionary sense, what I'm interested in is how those animals interpret the behaviors of their conspecifics, of the other animals in their groups. And that's not to say, of course, that there can't be interactions across species boundaries. This is a clear interaction. There's a clear bond here, and we understand one another's behavior. But I'm really interested in this evolutionary pressure that generates new behaviors. And that's why I go to the underwater world, because once you're in that world, once you're submerged, you're literally part of that world, you are deprived of your senses. You are deprived of your ability and your agency. You're deprived of being in control of your body in the same way that you used to be. You can't hear anything. You don't have peripheral vision. You can't smell. You can't taste. And this, to me, is such an important part of the creative process of science, which is to engage with the things you're studying at their level. And I don't mean below, right? I'm not saying that it's a level below us. It's a different place. It's a different way of interacting. It's a different experience. It's a different Umwelt. And so ultimately my research is really interested in this process of trying to translate what a fish or a bird or a spider or whatever, but in my case primarily fish, is doing, what it's feeling, what it's thinking. And of course this takes me into the cognitive realm sometimes, asking, can fish recognize one another? Can they recognize me? Can they recognize themselves? It can take these directions. But when I want to interpret what a fish is doing, what two fish are doing, and how they're interacting, that becomes a creative process of hypothesis generation. What could this interaction mean? What could it be? And to that end, we go diving. Here we have a visual from the Mediterranean, but as we've heard, I also work a lot in these African rift lakes, and we spend many weeks or months there diving, and we engage and employ emerging technologies as well as translational tools. We film the fish, and we use machine learning and artificial intelligence to break down the behavior, and try and use these scientific quantitative techniques to see with other eyes, to see with eyes that can tell us the components of behavior, and look at all of the different fish, and even allow the fish to tell us the story of what they're experiencing. And so with Ingo, tomorrow and over the course of the development of this project, that's what we're inviting everyone to do, to bridge that empathetic gap, to try and understand what a fish is doing, what it's meaning, what it's feeling, what it's communicating, and not as a human. Fish are afraid of humans. If you have a single fish in a tank and you walk up to the fish tank, the fish will hide, it's afraid. But what if we could approach a fish as a fish? What if we could have a fish approach us as something else? What if we could break down these barriers in the same way that I aim to by traveling across the world and immersing myself, submerging myself in their environment? We aim in this approach to try and create an empathetic link so that maybe our audience can understand something about the experience of a fish, the experience of a spider, the experience of anything. And so that we no longer see their world through our eyes, but hopefully we can start to see their world through their eyes, and maybe even, as we've done with some of the collaborations with Superflex, to try and ask how they see our world through their eyes. And is there anything we could do or change to be empathetic to them, to create a world that might be better for them, and maybe then even better for us?
Thank you very much. I mean, it's a little bit a provocation, but when I hear you talk, I think so, oh, that must be some holistic approach to science, which to a certain degree for me sounds like a contradiction, you know, because like, how do you build a bridge basically between almost a holistic approach and still the empiric standards that are, in my understanding, still ruling the scientific world, where you have to hand in paper and you have to prove it by having a certain amount of probes, you know, and yeah, make sure that everything is measured and proved.
Yes, you're right, but that's not science. That is the proof of science. That is the evidence that we present. Science is a creative process, and I will never, ever allow anyone to deny that. Science is a creative process. We have to generate hypotheses. We have to look at the world and ask questions of that world. Then we gather data. Then we go through the rigorous stages. Then we demonstrate in ways that can refute some ideas or lend support to other ideas. Then we have to stand behind our conclusions based on evidence. Sure, there can be no conclusions that I mean, I can feel a certain way about what that fish is doing, but it doesn't matter what I feel. In words that have stuck with me from a professor I had in Texas, who was a New Yorker, lived in Texas, and he said, you know, and excuse my language here, he said, the great thing about science is it doesn't give a fuck what you think. And this I really love, because science is a process of demonstrating what is true or supported, but to get to that truth, you have to be creative. And so I don't think there's a conflict between holistic approaches that try to understand the world with a view of the entire experience and the sometimes incredibly detailed minutiae of the scientific process of proof and refutation, if that's a word, or refusal of certain concepts. So I think they are synergistic.
Can you tell us more about the mirror test? I mean, now it sounds like the right thing to do, you know, but I imagine before you've done it, it was quite a decision. And maybe you can tell us how you had the idea to go there, and how you got organized, and how you communicated it to get the credibility actually also in the scientific world.
Well, let me again be a bit provocative. I very much enjoy that. I don't think we demonstrated anything except that the mirror test is invalid. The mirror test is a way that we attempt to see the animal world through human eyes. We interact with a mirror in a certain way, and when a chimpanzee interacts with a mirror in the same way, we intuit that it's going through the same process. We want it to be true that this animal engages with its reflection in the same way we engage. And when it's something very close to humans, we accept that. We have an intuitive sense that certain animals are more like us and other animals are less like us. And it's typically furry animals with stereoscopic vision and certain eyes, whereas a fish with a very different structure of its eye, and it's typically a colder animal, and it's hard to interpret what it's thinking and meaning, then that's problematic. It's not part of our club. And so I was interested in performing the mirror test in the context of asking what do fish know about the world? What can they know, and how is their experience? And there are a certain number of tests in the scientific established literature that one does when one wants to ask such questions. And I was interested in doing the mirror test kind of as a fuck you to these, if there's any primatologists in the room, I don't unreservedly apologize, but it's not, my fish don't need to be measured on your scale, and they can do this, but all it demonstrates to me is that your test never showed self-consciousness, and your monkeys and your dolphins might well be self-conscious, but this test doesn't show it. It's an encapsulation of the limitations of your imagination, that the only way you can imagine that these animals are self-conscious is by doing the exact same thing you do. I'm not very popular in the field of of these studies, but to me, a bacterium has a self-consciousness.
Your dog seems to disagree.
What? No, she knows I'm getting excited. But to me, any organism that has volition, that can control some aspect of its destiny, if that's any of us, that's another question, is self-conscious. It has a self-consciousness. It's not the same as yours or mine, but mine is not the same as yours. So who's to put degrees on these things? As you might be able to tell, I basically reject this scala naturae, that there are some things that are higher than others. I think that's arrogant, I think it's human, I think it's pathetic. And so, sorry to go off on that tangent, but I fully reject that fish are less or more. I don't even think that's how the world is organized.
Thank you so much. Yes, we're staying in the water, so to say. I mean, as you might have noticed, we have 3 water biologists and 1 soil biologist on stage right now. So Karin Pittman, you are an internationally experienced marine biologist, publishing continuously since 1982. You have worked in fisheries and aquaculture in Europe, North America, and many developing countries. I think you also worked in Switzerland for a short while, in Neuchâtel. And you have also worked for FAO and various other NGOs, as well as bilateral programs. You have received the Hordaland Inventor Prize in 2013 at the Norwegian Tone National Award for Excellence in Teaching in 2016. And you also won the same year a global prize for aquaculture leadership and innovation for the invention of the mucosal mapping technology, now trademarked as VeriBar. You have taught fish culture and larvae culture in many countries. You have developed the first fish-based health standard focusing on mucosal barriers. As a researcher, you have studied egg and larval development and metamorphosis of marine species, epigenetics, nutrient uptake, marine ecosystem changes, and aspects of fish health. And now comes the other part. You are the producer and the librettist of the rock opera Fish to Mars. And if the rumors are true that I heard, I think it should come to Basel next year, which would be amazing, but still in the making. You are a professor at the Department of Biological Sciences at the University of Bergen, Chief Scientific Officer of the startup QuantiDoc, and developer of an ethical role play about science, aquaculture, and social impact. So the stage is yours. Thank you very much for presenting the core of your work in very short 5 minutes.
Well, I'm very glad for the introduction about how fish are developing in a different world. And things that I like to say is that when we're considering where we are as a species, and right now, of course, in the middle of the COVID crisis, still the ongoing pandemic, multiple concurrent catastrophes going on, the aliens are already here, people, and brains are overrated for survival. And this is because, in agreement with the previous speaker, we have developed systems that glorify ourselves and misappropriate our position in the universe. And in fact, the tagline there about Fish to Mars is it's a piece about climate, change, and our place in the universe. Because what we've done now is exceed what our natural laws are allowing us to do. And literally, we should be thinking about whether we will survive, because fish definitely will, because they have the genetic and epigenetic capacity to continue. However, we are rather limited, and we don't think about that. We're also not finished evolving. My background is I was almost born a foreigner. My brother is born a foreigner. And I'm used to traveling around and going into different countries and different social systems. And also through my work, I visited places that are, incredibly rich and incredibly poor. And I understand the natural world in a way much better than I understand human-made systems. They are nowhere near as intuitive or as reality-based as the creators think they are. And they're nowhere near as shall we say, eminent as we would like to think we are. And we have to consider that there should be, we were talking last night about colonialization, decolonialization, and post-colonial science. And we're still in the process of decolonizing science. We think, we were taught that basically this is the pyramid of life. We're up here, everything else is down here, and even the legal system means that we should have dominance over nature. Nature does not have a legal status, only in some places. But now the COVID system, the COVID crisis, has showed us very, very clearly we're not at the top at all, and these wonderful invisible organisms have got us right here in the middle. So this is an ego system that we have created and we believe in. But fortunately, science doesn't give a fuck. Excuse me. and the reality is there is an ecosystem, and we're somewhere off the middle here, and we are in constant dialogue, whether we know it or not, whether we listen or not, with the environment around here. And so we have to rethink how we're living on this planet. Most of you have eaten today. Most of you have gone to the grocery store. And one of the first things we have to realize is the biggest system of food production is extremely precariously based and has also contributed to the conditions and the catastrophic conditions that we have of both inequality, disease spreading, and the understanding of health. In my opinion, health should be a currency. Health should be a currency, and it should be much more valuable than the economic systems we have. And since we've been able to use the scientific system, the scientific method to improve our understanding of ourselves and the world around us, we should also be able to dismantle and decolonialize our institutional systems to understand that the economic goal of infinite growth on a finite planet defies the laws of physics, both time, space, and rationality. And if we want to be rational, this concept has to leave. It also makes me insane sometimes that the amount of evidence that we have lying in front of our noses is not put into action. It's not communicated in such a way. And it's very much, we talk and we talk and we talk and we talk and we do almost nothing. And so when we developed this Fish to Mars thing, it was using two things that Bergen is quite good at. And this is, by the way, planet ocean, not planet Earth. Bergen was good at marine sciences and metal music. So we joined it there. And it's when real science makes you want to scream like an opera, because the real science is underlying the story. And in this case, by making it an opera, you can take big stories and put it on a small stage and use the characters to portray the sometimes conflicting arguments that are there. But we also base it on the real science, the underlying science is correct, and we tested how it feels. And you don't have to know it all. You can misunderstand opera in a million languages, but the underlying story is correct, and it's a feeling of utter frustration that we talk and we talk and we talk and we talk and we reinforce the colonial systems that we have understood, that we have built, and we build further on the the preconceived notions that we are at the top of what we thought was the ecosystem, but it is the ecosystem. So there you go.
Thank you very much for these insights. I think it's a very interesting idea to think of health as a currency. And we had a discussion a couple of months ago in Zurich about ecology, where actually I thought, so why couldn't ecology become a currency? Like basically a balance, you know, within this ecological system. And everybody who basically puts the ecology out of balance has to pay actually a higher amount of this currency. Why would you favor health over ecology as a currency?
Because we would be the only ones who are actually using that currency. And currently our food system has conveyed upon the entire world lifestyle diseases that are actually based on the way that we are both consuming food, making food, transporting food, and so on. And it's also affecting the health of many ecosystems. So it would be, if we're supposed to do it step by step, then of course we start with what interests us, our health. And then it is extended further to the health of the ecosystem that we're using to produce the food and to maybe recycle the waste and so on. Actually, that's an interesting question. I don't know where that line would be, but I know that egocentrically, we would start with our health first. And also, if we are healthy, of course, our social health systems are less overburdened. Right now, they're extremely overburdened, underpaid, and undervalued. Health is everything, as anybody who's been sick knows.
Thank you very much for these explanations. We're going to move on to our next guest, Matthias Rillig, Mr. Soil, so to say. And he's a professor of ecology at the Institute of Biology of the Freie Universität Berlin. Your versatile field of research is in soil and plant ecology, where your research interests include the symbiosis of fungi with plants and its effects on soil aggregation. Your research group examines the effects of multiple factors of global change on soil processes and biodiversity in terrestrial ecosystems. You use fungi as a model systems to test ecological principles, and you had several joint projects, including microplastic, which studies the effects of microplastics on agricultural soils. Thank you very much for being here, and please be free to give us a little insight into your lab.
Yeah. My brain is going 1,000 miles an hour to figure out how I can say fuck in a convincing way now, but well, it's done. Yeah, it's done. Such a relief. In my lab, we like to think about soil and soil biodiversity and also terrestrial ecosystems and how they are impacted by humans. And so a couple years ago, we did systematic mapping exercise of a couple thousand papers. And it was a couple thousand papers that looked at the effects of global change factors on soils and in an experimental context. And what we found out is that, somewhat unsurprising, but perhaps still in its clarity, astonishing, is that 98% of all papers only looked at one or two factors. This is, of course, because when you try to find out what is a causal effect, you flip as many switches off in your system as you can, and therefore you can examine a few factors in greater detail and establish causal links and find out what they're doing, including what we also did, work with microplastics separately and with droughts separately and with other impacts. Well, and then a couple of years ago we were thinking, I'm describing sort of what led to this thing that you see in this picture here is, how would you actually study multiple factors in an experiment? And that is actually not so straightforward as you might think, without like boring you to tears about experimental design. But if you had like 10 factors and you would combine them in all possible permutations, you would get 2 to the power 10 combinations. That's 1024. And so then you would still have to replicate things and so on and so forth, so nobody can do an experiment like that. It's completely impossible. But I would still like to know what happens when you have many factors impinging on a system at the same time. Now, forests are nice, and thanks to Bo for showing me the beautiful beech forest right in front of my nose. But grasslands are much more practical to work with, you know, because you can do a plot on a meter square. These are 154 plots. So what we did is, we did the following trick. It is not possible to do a classical experiment when you have 10 factors at play. And by the way, 10 factors is minimal, right? I mean, if you look at any plant out there, there is going to be way more stuff than 10 factors acting on that plant. But how do you do an experiment like that? You can't do a factorial experiment as a technical term because, you know, it blows out of proportion. So we did a trick, and I asked the question, like, what is the role of the number of factors that impinge on the system? Just the number, doesn't matter what they are. And so this was the idea that led to a first paper where basically we had, I think in this case it was, well, let's say 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 factors. We had a pool of 10 factors from which we randomly drew. And every instantiation of this global change treatment involved randomly drawing n treatments from that pool of 10. So every replicate had a different combination of factors. It's actually a crazy design. And when I asked, I had this fantastic idea, and then I asked in the lab group, who wants to do it? And everybody carefully avoided eye contact, so nobody wanted to do it because it's almost insane. Did it myself. And the result was pretty stunning because we found a clear trajectory of an effect for over 2, 4, 6, 8, and all 10 factors. We found species extinctions, decreases in biodiversity, decreases in ecosystem process rates. And this was done in tiny little soil pieces of 30 grams in a climate chamber. So this was pretty interesting because it gave you access to what happens when many factors act at the same time. And what you see in the picture here is an experiment that we set up last year, and actually exactly a year ago. And it has 10 factors in a grassland. What you can see are the rainout shelters. Those are roofs to produce drought. Not that we needed it this year. But, and then the little boxes that you see are open top chambers. They are to passively warm the soil and the vegetation by about 1 degree Celsius. What you can see is there are 8 additional treatments. There's microplastic addition, there is fungicide addition, antibiotic addition, nitrogen deposition, salinity, and insecticide, all kinds of other things. You probably know these studies that have shown that in one earthworm contains 14 different pesticides, one individual earthworm. So these are very, very underestimates of what actually goes on out there. There's many studies that show that any kind of soil, not on an agricultural field, can have easily 15 different pesticides there, everywhere. Right, and so this is what's currently running. And the results are similar, that along this factor gradient of 2, 4, 6, 8, and all 10 factors. It's a pretty abstract experiment. We also see a decline in actually species extinctions of plants already, which is pretty surprising. Didn't think that would happen until another 3 to 5 years. We also see changes in pollinator visits, and flower number, in pathogens on the leaves, and of course now we're gonna do the molecular biology of the soil. So this is what we're currently doing. I should maybe say I'm not particularly interested in art, but I am very interested in interacting with artists.
I mean, it's quite dramatic what you just described. I mean, it sounds like, I don't know, a worst case scenario, more or less. And still, I mean, it reminds me of Karin's reaction that we are talking, and that we don't know how to act, or that we don't really have the tools to implement, for example, what you have found out in your research, and to bring it, for example, to the political level? Or is there a way that I wouldn't know about, that you are able, that you're in touch, for example, with a federal ecology office that listens to you and that tracks what you're doing, and that brings the information out in the world?
Well, we're trying to get the information out into the world in pretty much every channel. It's very difficult to get people interested in this because it's a complicated, inconvenient story. And people like to stay within the single factors because it's much more clear and straightforward. And you know, there is a limited pool of worry that people have, is a term that sociologists use. And you know, there is a very real danger to overwhelm people with this. And I think the one solution is to speak of this as global change. We have a term for that. The sum total of all these effects is what we call global change, of which climate change is an important part. But it's not all of that's going on. The conversation is about climate change in the policy realm and generally speaking. And of course, that's correct and right and should be, but it really misses like a crap load of other factors that are also changing that are probably on a similar level of importance, you know, beyond the physical facts of just climate change.
If you could speak a bit about, from a scientific point of view, what you are finding, you know, like if I was never very good at science, I have to admit, but and that's why I studied art history, but you know, like I imagine the synthetic products that you find, for example, pesticides or microplastic and so on. So like how do they differ from natural molecules and why are they harmful?
Yeah, this is a complicated question, right? I mean, they are harmful, some of them directly because they're directly toxic. That's easy, right? You have PFAS and we have actually one of the elements we add here is copper. It's a heavy metal pollutant, right? So that this is clear, there's toxicity. The interesting thing...
That's all a question of quantity, because we all have copper in our body.
Sure, yeah.
But,
right, I mean, there's maps of copper pollution of Europe, and so we know what it constitutes pollution, whether it's just a natural background level, for example, it's mostly harmless. And the interesting thing about this is that they are not all negative in their effects. This is also difficult to communicate. Basically, a third of these factors are more or less neutral when you apply them by themselves. A third of the factors are positive. Like end deposition is positive, and the primary productivity goes up, plants look happier. Warming is very positive. It's very positive for biomass production, for almost everything going on there. And that is also difficult to communicate because positive doesn't mean desirable. Positive at one level, right? What it specifically means is microplastic is actually positive. Most of the effects that we find of microplastic in soil is positive. 90% of all experimental results showed plants grow better. Mycorrhizal fungi are more abundant. Yeah, in the beginning I thought like we did something wrong, you know. This is total shit, we just screwed it up and we did something wrong. But you know, this is the same with elevated CO2. It's also positive, it's a net positive effect. So what that means though is if you go to the next higher level, let's say the plant community, there are shifts in plant community composition. So there is shifts in pollinator interactions and everything else. And those are not, you know, you wouldn't characterize them as a desirable outcome. They're not. Right? I mean, nobody would debate that microplastic, it doesn't have any business being in our soils, but it is. And it shifts plant community composition, it shifts ecosystem functions and all kind of that. But its direct effect on plants is mostly positive. It's weird. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, I'm coming to our last scientist on the panel, Meike Vogt. She is a scientist, a senior scientist at the Institute of Biogeochemistry and Pollutant Dynamics with the Environmental System Sciences Department at ETH Zurich. You are a marine ecosystem modeler. You assess the links between marine ecosystem structure and function in terms of global biogeochemical cycling. Your work pairs ocean observations with statistical and numerical marine ecosystem models to reveal the drivers of present and future global plankton biogeography and biodiversity. And you are looking into understanding the impact of anthropogenic climate change on these systems. In recent years, you have been pioneering the use of statistical and machine learning models to understand global plankton biogeography based on in situ data. Thank you very much for being part of experimental ecology, and thanks also for giving us insights into this very ambitious project that you're working on.
Thanks, Gianni, for the introduction. So, as became obviously clear, I'm the one among us who is not an experimental scientist, which you can also see from my visual. So I'll try to take you on a journey. I'll try to explain to you why looking at other people's data is also quite fascinating in science. And for that, I have to start with my motivation. So my motivation of becoming a scientist, I think, essentially had to do with being fascinated by the beauty of nature itself. So when I was a very young student, I enrolled in physics because I wanted to become a cosmologist.
Can you take the microphone a bit closer?
I looked through my telescope at the galaxies and the double stars and the stellar clusters, and I was just in such awe at how nature looked and how it humbled me to see how small I was myself. Then I did a master's in quantum field theory and supersymmetric particle decays, because it was the most beautiful mathematics I could find in that field, and I was amazed and fascinated by how nature uses symmetries in its theories of the way how matter is structured. Through some twists of fate, I ended up then looking at the climate system and trying to understand how elements like carbon, nitrogen, sulfur, etc. are cycled between the ocean, the land, the atmosphere. And one big part of the climate system was the ocean. And when I started modeling the ocean, all we had in terms of the ocean ecosystem was one box of phytoplankton and one box of zooplankton. And nobody really knew who they were and what they did. So we went out there during the last 10 years and tried to gather plankton observation to understand who is where and why and with whom, and what are the factors controlling marine ecosystem structure and community composition. And this is what you can see here on my visual there. It's supposed to be a movie. I don't know if you can click it. I don't have photos, but at least we have movies. And what you see here is zooplankton diversity as a superposition of the habitats of about 1,000 phyto and zooplankton species for which we have data. And this for me was a very exciting project, because for the first time we could really see plankton diversity fields in the ocean that had not been seen as such before. And what you can see if the movie plays is that diversity in the ocean is seasonal. And for me, this really changed my thinking, because we often go to a plot, we count the diversity of things, and we don't really think about the fact that the ocean is a fluid, four-dimensional environment that moves in space, that changes in time, and that is very much a dynamic seascape rather than a static environment. And I think in this project, I got to know quite a few of these 1,000 plankton species, and I realized that I wanted to get back to them, and I think this is what I hope to achieve in the collaboration here with the artist Riikka Tauriainen, that we're actually building a citizen science tool to observe plankton, to democratize this access to phyto and zooplankton that we cannot see, because many of them are microscopic, but they play a huge, important role in the climate system. I don't know if you're aware of the fact that 50% of the oxygen generated each year is generated in these marine planktonic ecosystems. And they also stand for half the productivity on the planet. And for me, it's the same thing looking at these small organisms through a microscope as looking at galaxies out there. It's equally humbling and equally
I think this is pretty much what I have to say.
Thank you very much. I mean, Alex was talking about how he encounters fishes and develops a certain empathy to understand the perception of a fish and how a fish looks at Alex and looks at the world. Could you do the same for plankton? Like, what is a plankton about? Like, what is why? What is the motivation? Why does it drift? Does it drift actively? Can it influence the drifting? Or does it just drift?
So plankton, as you probably do not all know, spans from varioplankton, which is viruses, which you cannot see in a microscope.
If you get a little bit closer.
All the way up to Medusa or the Portuguese man of war, which are jellyfish of multiple meters in scale. And that means also you have a whole range of physiological, ecological, behavioral mechanisms that are associated with each size class. And plankton drift because they cannot escape the large-scale ocean currents, but they, for instance, can migrate from the surface to depth they can change their buoyancy, they can produce molecules that protect them from certain animals or they're not all animals who would like to eat them. There's tritrophic interaction where some plankton, for instance, produce sulfur compounds that we can smell to then attract seabirds that eat their predators so that they survive. And these things have been around, I mean, since the beginning. They are the beginning of life on this planet. They've been around for billions of years for some. The newest ones, they're still like 20 million years old. So they have this massive evolutionary advantage, and just every one of them has their niche that is perfectly right for them, and that they had generations and generations to develop. And there we are, appearing in the last second of the last day of the Earth, the history of Earth, and we think we're that special.
But still we are able to do things like modeling, like kind of overseeing like big movements that we cannot imagine, but we can model them. So I'd be very interested to hear more about modeling, and how you do it. I mean, obviously you have some data to start with, but then you also have to bring your imagination, or to make your best guess, I imagine, to make the model evaluate and go beyond just the data.
I think modeling is what we all do to make sense of our environment. Like you do some modeling when you take an open yogurt out of your fridge and you want to decide if you still can eat it or you get a sore tummy from it. And I happen to use machine learning methods to make sense of the environment, but I'm rediscovering what nature already did. So it's not that fancy really, because what I hope to see is what nature has already invented long ago. But I guess modeling is just a way of abstracting from what you see and trying to find patterns in a range of data. But it's not all that special, I guess.
Thank you very much. And I think it's a good moment to go over to a discussion. So please feel free to leave the moderator behind and to heat it up. I'm very open to that. But I mean, something that is quite interesting, I mean, you are all working with the environment and with important players within the environment. At once, I think part of our perception of the environment has changed dramatically through technology. And I just want to ask you, in your experience, if this is the case, and what has been the most stunning example of how technology changed the view of science on the environment. Yes?
I'm bursting with this story. In 1979-80, I was at Dalhousie University, Department of Biological Oceanography, and up comes Fred Grassley from Woods Hole Oceanographic with some of the very, very first films of the deep sea hydrothermal vents, which we all thought was, deep sea was supposed to be a desert, nothing was there. And suddenly there was huge organisms, these big worms and the clams and the crabs and so on. And this is a place where light does not penetrate, where close to the hydrothermal vents, it can be up to 400 degrees. The thermometer melts. And the gases coming up from the Earth's mantle are they're toxic. And I looked at this thriving ecosystem down at the bottom of the ocean, and I realized everything we've been told about the origin of life is incomplete and probably incorrect, because now there were gutless animals, and how they got their sources of life was really curious, and that was the beginning of the understanding of chemosynthesis. We've all been taught this, and sun is the origin of life from photosynthesis. But then we started to look at chemosynthesis and how the bacteria were living in the skin and providing that interactive user interface between the organism and extracting nutrients from the environment and working together to build. Sorry, I have to bring this closer.
Technology-wise, it's like the filming, basically, to be able to go down there. Yes.
Just to be able to stand the pressure to go down there, that technology alone was quite astounding. And then the consequences of what you see, what you experience, changed my idea of what is the basis of life. Like you were saying, the basis of life.
If we go into social media and the fact that everyone has a phone, a camera at hand, or even like a drone. I think there's a very interesting project that I love. It's called Drone Shark app. It's a guy who films every morning Bondi Beach to warn the surface. I mean, he started as a service to warn the surface from great whites, but it has become kind of a biology observatorium on a daily basis. And actually, there's so much footage of marine life. I mean, he started to name the single animals who live there. The composition of that bay is, to start with, is very astonishing, because there's a cohabitation between a manta ray, a nurse shark, and they all have names, but they live together basically. And they're like the residents of that bay. And then there are like some visitors, and then there's human interaction. There's so much footage of great whites encountering surfers, having no interest whatsoever for the surfers, and I was thinking also of this kind of technology. How much social media has maybe also challenged science to a certain extent. Can we say so?
I think this is just another example in the long chain of the way technology equips the native human observer with tools that expand our sensory, computational and cognitive abilities. If you look at the history of science, of course, there were great scientists in the age before what we would consider technology. If we think technology involves glass and silicon, and I mean, technology is also any tool, a stone tool. But the microscope, the telescope, these things allowed us to see worlds that were previously part of our world, but invisible. These global models are impossible without global data acquisition, without perhaps satellite technology, depending on what kind of things we're using. There are different ways of gathering information that exists and allowing us to interpret it. And so I wouldn't necessarily point to any one piece of technology, but they all aggregate to make scientists superheroes. They equip us with the ability to see the unseen. And these days, with all of these, let's say drones, let's say everyone has a phone in their pocket, everyone has everything. The challenge recently has been the data. There's too much data. We are just producing data at unbelievable rates, and we needed technology to allow us to deal with the technology that we'd created. And that has come in this machine learning, artificial intelligence. It's a scary term, and it should be, because it's terrifying and there are terrible applications of it. But ultimately what many of these approaches are doing are taking this absolute universe, galaxy of data that's incomprehensible, and distilling it down into something that our, I hate to tell everyone, our feeble brains can deal with. And so I really feel that there's no new microscope, there's no new whatever, but it's now our capacity to deal with the things that those things produce.
I think was a bit of a oops, now it's very loud. What I think was a bit of a revolution in many of our fields is the advent of metagenomic information. But that also comes with its dangers, because again, it's a technology that produces a lot of data.
Can you briefly explain for all non-scientists what that is?
Well, you crunch whatever you see, and you extract the DNA, and you reconstruct unities that are similar to one another from the DNA that you sample in your soil, in your water sample. And then you have, for instance, diversity from the amount of different things that are there without actually knowing what it is. And I think there's also danger because, for instance, traditional plankton ecologists that used to be able to discern different species and shapes and types, these scientists are dying out or not getting funding anymore because it's easier to crunch everyone into their DNA. And yeah, it's of course a huge gain because it's cheap and accessible, but it's also a little bit of a loss because we're losing this relationship with the actual organisms we're dealing with.
Thank you. I mean, we are talking about all kind of tools that give us a different view on the world, on the outside world, on the environment. If you think a little bit as a provocation of artists as tools, you know, to look at the world from a different angle. And I want to have Matthias answer to that question because he has his lab and he's very popular with artists. Actually, there are always a couple of artists staying with you, if I understood you right. And you seem to enjoy their company.
Yeah, I think somebody has said that artists are like a salon in one person because they have knowledge. This is quite a lot of knowledge about things that are quite different from me. So I enjoy interacting with people that are quite different from me, and I think artists are quite different from me. And so,
what is the difference?
Well, I think that they just listen to the podium discussion before us. They think about things quite differently. I think that there are, to disagree with you a little bit, to spice it up. I think that there are quite some differences between artists and scientists. And I think where they can come together, at least sort of in my mind, is that creative part of science in that bit, right? I mean, I agree that this is what we don't teach at the university at all. There's no classes in that, which is a bit absurd actually, but this is the fun and creative part, coming up with new questions to ask, right? But then, once you have your question, and when you have your hypothesis, then there comes the part of science that is very formulaic, where your background doesn't matter, where it's all prescribed, where there is, generally agreed upon methods and analyses and interpretation. And that part is a completely different realm of science. It's quite different from artists. And I think, at least in my mind, the way I always thought about it, and which has also happened, is an artist can help me by just, for example, asking a question that I had never thought about. It can be completely out of the blue. Somebody asked me once, what noise do fungi make when they grow through soils? And well, I don't know, but that really started something. This is now a research project, and a couple of years later, it's just that there is a connection made by talking to somebody who is quite different from you, and you can ask an innocent question like that you would have never asked. I mean, would have never asked this question. And I think this is where that input can happen, where I find it very interesting, and where also people in the lab find it super interesting to just interact. Yeah, but I think I've also had this experience with journalists. We had sort of like embedded journalists in the lab who are visiting us, and they can also ask completely different questions or can bring up something. So I think, maybe research labs need artists in residence for sure, which is I think not so common in Germany at least, but also maybe need philosophers in residence, engineers in residence, and God knows what in residence. I think it can just only be helpful to get this influx of new ideas.
I would completely back that up. I think in this liminal space of creativity that exists in both fields, I do recognize they're distinct fields. I think there's just much more interplay and overlap. But I have had exactly the same experience, that some questions that I've been asked in this kind of forum or in a casual discussion are just like, often they're completely absurd and useless. I find, like maybe they're not, but I missed the point. But sometimes it's like, wow, I have never thought about that. And in 1,000 scientific conferences, speaking with 1,000 people 1,000 times, I would never have come across that question, because we are trained in a different way. The things that are rewarded in science are very different. It's not rewarded to ask very strange questions. It's discouraged, of course. There's a level of conformity. Even though we try, and I try, of course, and I'm sure we all try, at least in this panel, to wriggle out of it as best we can, there are constraints on the reward system in science, let's say. But those are not the same constraints in art or in philosophy or in these other disciplines. And so you can get discussions that would be impossible outside of that context and that overlap. And that's where I truly see the value. And in fact, as Chus said earlier, there is art and there is science, but it shouldn't be that art and science are trying to sort of throw things across the fence to each other. This is transactional. This is, unfortunately, a way a lot of scientists think about art. They think about art as actually graphic design. Can you make this pretty? Can you make me famous? Can you make my Instagram account look not so terrible as it actually is? This is transactional, and whatever, you can do that, but it's mercantile and it's graphic design. The place where art and science can find something else is in this tertiary shared space that's not foreign to either of them, and yet is maybe underdeveloped in both of them. And I find that's the reward. It's very nice to be up on this stage, and it's very nice that I'll be on Instagram later. That's nice. But if I come away from these days with some new idea that existed outside of the space that I typically haunt, then that's value.
Thank you. As a last question before we open up to the public, I want to ask you the same question that I asked to the artists before. Like, how pleased are you with the current state of academia, and how much does it really fit your needs and your visions, and also like the capacity to address experimental ecology or future thoughts actually about how we can be more respectful about the environment and find a way to live within the environment and not just as humans versus nature.
There was a good point about how scientists are rewarded, and we are not distinct from artists. I like to say that science is discipline pursued with passion, whereas art is passion pursued with discipline. And then bring it back into the real world here. And if we take today's situation where we know there is a war going on in Ukraine, well, essentially a war in Europe, and when you get down to that kind of desperation to survive, because this is what climate change is really about. Who will survive? There are three things we need to survive: food, clean water, a safe place to sleep. Those are our basics. Without that, nothing else happens. And in order to, when we're looking at how we produce food, how we send it around, this is why the collaboration with Michel has been so interesting, because it's taken out of the original context and put in another hemisphere. It has an awful lot of play around there. And then I think about how artists have shown me our place on the planet and the universe. And I'll go back then to a visit to the Dordogne Valley and Perchmerle caves. And I was between here and the front of the stage with cave paintings, which showed a group of people hunting the animals or being hunted at that time, and with special horses and so on. And this was a cave in which cave bears lived. And it was clear to me from the size and the number of the animals there that we were not just hunters, we were prey. We were prey. And that we've tried to lift ourselves out of this and tried to disguise our interdependence with nature. And now I'm going to bring you into an essential thing here, and that is that in our chase for technology, there is no new technological innovation that will save this planet. There is no new technological innovation that will save this planet and give our children a safe place to live on. And part of that is because of the root of that technology, which is extractive, and it has not been thought all the way through. How do we renew this? And it is reinforcing an inequality, not just within humans, but across the planet. We really have to rethink the concept and the framework under which we are acting as either artists or scientists or as general members of the animals on this planet.
Matthias, I would really appreciate a reply from you, often more dry kind of
I love my job. I think it's fucking awesome.
That's because you're a professor.
No, but again, Matthias, if you could how pleased are you with academia? And do you think, is it like, how do you see the institution of the future? How would you kind of reform, the system in a way that is basically, you do stuff, you bring in a resident artist, resident journalist, you do things that even you get no help with, you do it either ways, and you realize it, and actually it brings quite interesting results. And but I would like to hear your vision. What is the institution of the future? What is the future ecology of scientific research?
It's a big question. I mean, I'm speaking, of course, from a position of privilege.
The top of the Ponzi scheme, right? You asked the person at the top of the Ponzi scheme.
Planck Institute, be quiet. Yeah, so I mean, it's it's a very well-equipped lab, and we can do a lot of stuff, and it's pretty awesome. Now, if we had to rethink it completely from scratch, and first of all, there is like no art school, right, in my school, so it's a university, it's a comprehensive university, it's a huge university, but there's the Universität der Künste in Berlin, so it's separated out, which is a bit screwed up.
So transdisciplinarity could be something that you're interested in, and that you would support.
But I had the misfortune of being dean for a couple of years until recently, and one of the things that I started was to have pop-up departments. I'm not sure anybody's ever going to apply for one, but the idea was like in academia, whenever you start something, it's always there forever. Right? And so it seems like, but that's not necessary. Maybe we can have a joint department, maybe like between, I don't know, ecologists and artists, and maybe it can be, university, Berlin-wide or whatever, where people get together for a limited period of time. They have 5 years, and they have like a pop-up department, like a pop-up store in the shopping center, and then they expire and it goes away. And because so many structures are just institutionalized and are there forever, especially in the admin, there's like a new department popping up, like feels like every year, and this is bloated up, but it's they are there forever. And maybe I think what I'm trying to change, I haven't really had a good idea how to do it, but I would really like to teach something about that creative part, because we do not do it. It just keeps bothering me more and more that people get the impression when they do a bachelor's or master's with us that science is, here is how you pipette A into B and it changes blue, otherwise you fucked it up. And so this is kind of very prescribed, very cookbook. This is how we teach. I mean, I teach one class about how do you come up with a design from when you already have a question. The question is what I throw in. but we have no class, I'm sure no university I've ever heard of has a class, how do you come up with new stuff? And this is not just completely random, this is not just in the shower. I mean, there is research on that, obviously, and how can you increase the probability that you come up with something really cool and new, a new connection? And people have these, and I always have to, there's people in the labs like, oh, I'm not creative. And I didn't hear that very often, I'm just maybe like the executive. You tell me what to do, I'll do it. When I'll do it, awesome. But I'm not creative. But like everybody is, of course, creative. Right? And you can do specific things to enhance that. Yeah, so I think that would be very neat to think about a class on that. It's not a huge revolutionary change maybe that you wanted to hear. I don't know, but I don't have that vision, but it's a small one.
Meike, would you have any
I think
suggestions?
we already had discussion earlier in the coffee break. We're all not very happy with the reward system, that you have to publish every year to get a new job, and you can't often stay in your job, so you have to move a lot, so you really need this. But then I think most scientists actually love their job. And what I'd like to have more time for is what originally brought me into science, is to think, to discover, to be curious, and to be playful, and to actually enjoy myself at work. And I think
Sounds like the ad for an art school, I guess.
Ah.
Which is great. I like that.
Yeah.
But thank you so much. I think we should open the round for questions from the public and from online visitors.
I have a question, but then I have a comment. I start with a comment. And I think that, it's a question comment, because what really prevents you, scientists, for implementing the curricula differently? I think, many of my scientist friends are always complaining that they are subject to the peer review system and to the rewarding system, and that they are like not having the time, or they are not the space where they are to implement a much more, let's say, creative curricula. But why not? I think it seems that there is an agreement in the community that this is a good place to go. On the one hand, the whole social is talking about a much more responsible type of science and technology that is much more able to encompass the values that are now in, nature, equality, and so on and so forth. So, but why not doing it? And then this is also, for me, a very interesting discussion, very polemic. Artists, my opinion, are not creative people. So I also disagree with the idea that everyone is creative, because at least the realm that I work with are not creative. So I do think that the creation idea, which is based in an origin and is totally related to extractivism of individuals, is a word that we should kind of forget somehow, because we are kind of talking about the possibility of the demands of speculative thinking. And in that sense, I do agree with you that it would be not only good to have artists, but artists and philosophers. And then I do think that the annihilation of philosophy departments has been one of the major problems of our current situation. And I think we need to go back 3 decades ago when they started eliminating them drastically. And then they got shelter in museums, and now they are totally homeless. They disappear even as a class. So we are demanding these types of things, and I think in the cohabitation of art and science, it would be really interesting to think that one of the major contributions that artists can do is the way that they master an experience, and how experience is utterly connected with the possibility of a complete different type of, let's say, morphing thinking. So the consciousness gets in a morphic state only if experience, my opinion, is at place. With only ideas or with only linguistic interrelated exchange and communication, this is not possible. So any epistemic transformation, and this is what we want, can only happen if we actually are in an experience of that transformation. I think my question to Meike is that she was saying that plankton is drifting, but then they migrate. It means I understood that as a collective body, they consciously somehow, or let's say they migrate, but it's not something that happened to plankton. Plankton does it. So all the time we are kind of, hinting towards this substance of the transformation, of epistemic transformation. And I wonder myself, why don't we create like a common think tank where we, and I think it's a brilliant idea, that pop-up departments, kiosk, where we can actually shape it for a while, make it in motion, activate an influence, and then take the responsibility towards the design of what are the tools that implement it in a, let's say, pragmatic way, just to be pragmatic. And I think that on that, artists are great, because they know how to do it with minimum means. I think that's the part of the mystery, that they don't need the same type of rewarding or economic systems that sustains science, which is a much more expensive enterprise. And there, it is a new ecosystem where economies can coexist. And this is a very important social pedagogical tool for the future, because the coexistence of the different economic systems are going to be a very defined situation for our future, because otherwise only those that master certain economies may survive, and all the rest is in a gray kind of mental state. It's there as well, because poverty is definitely not going to disappear only because Elon Musk bought Twitter. But yeah, well, that was my common question. That ya está.
Can I just respond before Chus takes the stage entirely? I find a super exciting element of that statement to be this one about experiencing things, and that artists are effectively, whether trained is the word, or at least have a proclivity towards experiencing things. And I would ask, and I would set down this challenge, really, to say, how can we experience metagenomics? How can we experience astrophysics? How can we experience things that are beyond our ability to experience, that we can only represent? And I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think that's been a change in science as a process and as a discipline, that we are now getting so abstracted in what we are doing. It used to be that you dropped an object and you saw how fast and far it fell. You experienced that very directly with the sensory equipment that you have. Or you went into a forest and you counted how many birds, or you heard the bird song. And skipping many hundreds of years, now you can be a scientist, and probably, if this gets back to one of your questions about am I happy in academia? No, because now the things that are rewarded are high throughput, cheap data acquisition, low risk, instrumentation, and you're very much divorced from the thing you're studying. You can go to a scientific talk and someone will present 5 slides about whales and how amazing whales are and how they need to be saved and all of this stuff, and then they go into their actual science, and it's, this is not personal, but maybe the data have come from a place on a ship that they were never on. It's mucus that was collected 50 years ago, and anyway, my point is that there can be this divorcing of the scientific process from the experience of that thing. Sometimes that's able to be rectified, but sometimes it's so abstract that I'm not even sure where that is, and maybe that's where artists and scientists need to commune to achieve that.
Well, you're completely right, but when I was a student, the idea like sentient life was completely banned from academia. If somebody would even mention that sentient life, and there is a possibility of connecting with sentient life, talking about it, you are out. So in that sense, it has been a progress, because the students that they coexist with us in our institute, they assume that this is a given. But it's a given that has been produced by certain masters that we cannot forget, that they have been there producing that experience that at the beginning appears as just the possibility of sensing something that you much later, let's say decades later, get to understand. So to set that process in motion is fundamental. For example, John Jonas. I think John Jonas, that was before, like, you know, she was called a pioneer in technology and video art. She hates that. And yesterday night, we were talking about, via Zoom in New York, about the possibility of understanding the language of the whales. And then she was saying, I'm certain, and I'm going to be there, to just go into the lab, because there is a big lab developing this type of decodifying and because I'm certain that the first thing that the whale is going to say is closer to poetry than to anything like a complaint. And the human is expecting the complaint. So it's abstract. But many people has been mastering the possibility of setting up the social towards sensing that abstraction, sensing it, as I suppose the plankton sense it together and migrate, meaning they don't talk, they don't have a meeting, it's not a summit, they don't send emails. This understanding that there is intelligence in sensing is a fundamental transformation, because, as I said, when I was a student, this was not the case. I think if you could not say it, articulate it, Martínez, what do you want to say? But we became much more of plankton, and that's exactly where I see the future.
Maybe we should take one question from online, if there is any. No? Okay. So I think Grace was first, but please stick it to the subject, because otherwise you're going to go far too far.
And I have a last question.
Thank you all. So my dad was both scientist and artist. From this talk and the talk earlier, I can't help to feel all these things we have been talking about is to try to find a way to not only know from here, but here and there, what is life. Does that make sense to you guys? Whether it be water, be plants, you take one single point, you go from there, and
Who wants to answer the question?
I agree with you. The question is, what is life? And then what is survival? And there are organisms around today that have had the same form for 350,000 years, and they are still surviving quite well in that form. I mentioned, for example, lungfish, and there are certainly kinds of fungi that have been around for a very long time in more or less the same form. We, however, have not. So we've come up and decided that we are the top, and we are in the process of effectuating our own demise. So clearly I do mean brains are overrated for survival. You don't have to have a set of ganglia to be able to think your way out of this situation. So exactly, we can have a debate on this, yes.
Maybe we go to quickly to the next question. Monica Orsina, I think, had a question, and then Martina. Okay, Martina.
What you all mentioned quite a lot, and Meike, you said that it's this collecting data, right? And how we analyze this data. That is, as far as I understood, quite a big problem of the situation we are in. So how do you think can we get out of this situation, just collecting and analyzing a certain type of data, and that we are kind of stuck in our system? How can we get out of this?
Well,
Meike?
I see I'm not the only one who would like to answer this question. So first of all, I think we're already trying to get out of this mess by creating computers that think better than us. So this is one way, but it's not a very popular way, I guess. And the second way for me would be to have more time to pause and think about what I'm seeing and assess whether we need additional information on a certain topic. And this happens far too little today. So to think about whether that data point you adds to the global picture is something we deal with in my work all the time. And if you go and you add one measurement of plankton in the North Atlantic Ocean, you're not going to help me much. But if you go in the South Atlantic where no one has been ever, then you help me a lot. And this should happen more than just routinely perpetuating the research you've done and going to somewhere else and doing the same thing all over again. But that needs time to think and reflect.
I'm just going to say that it's not just a problem, it's also just an amazing opportunity, because now you can learn about all this stuff. So I don't think it's all negative. You know, I mean, in soil, well, we didn't know anything about who's all there, and now with advent of molecular ecology techniques, we can now learn about at least who's there, and maybe also potentially what they're doing. So I think it's not just a problem, it's also an incredible opportunity.
Yeah, and I would agree that in response, or in bringing up this idea of big data and that it becomes a challenge, my point was rather that the new technologies are going to be the ones that help us gain insight from those data. It's a problem, but in the good sense, in the scientific sense, of a problem that we need to address and solve. So I don't think it's a sort of negative, that we're awash with data is not negative, it's an opportunity, but one that requires new tools.
And I think I hand over to Ishi. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone. It's more, I was thinking from an artist's point of view, how long a scientist work on one subject, so how many years or how many months? Because often we artists, we work in, I mean, every artist is different, and we work in one subject, but then also there is another interest, and we migrate our ideas. And I'm just curious to know how long scientists work on one subject to go deeper and deeper.
Well, some can use their entire careers doing that. and it's because it opens a door that opens a new door that opens a new door. And because the scientific method invites the repetition, the iteration of a question and the refinement of a question, it's an endless but rewarding process. So there is that, you know, intermittent discovery and the new understanding and so on. And so the different ways of seeing the world open the door and then open the door and then open the door and open the door. So sometimes, for example, with this mucosal mapping, which is the external immune system of sea creatures, most people look at it this way, where the outside is here and the inside is here. So this is the histological way. But if you change your viewpoint 90 degrees, everything changes. And then you start to see the language of how this is actually communicating with the outside. So as these new technologies open the doors, we are subtly but quite profoundly changing our view of where we are in this planet and where we are at certain times of history. So I think the question about how long you work, potentially a lifetime, and if you're lucky, you get a reward within a year or so. But yeah.
My answer was 3 years.
The grant cycle.
Because that's the grant cycle. But of course I agree.
I think also a thing to keep in mind, or maybe it's a revelation, is that there's a very unglamorous truth to science, which is that it's not full of eureka moments and discovery. It's full of drudgery and incremental insight that you have to be incredibly passionate about to continue to pursue. I don't know how it is for everyone else, but the questions I'm interested in don't even really have an answer that you can say, this is the answer to the thing. But of course, those are the scientific discoveries that are in the media because they're digestible, they're interpretable. But I think the reality for most scientists is that it's even hard to define the boundaries of what you're going for. It's just this sort of amorphous thing you're pursuing and gaining various insights into, for sure, but it's not, good, solve that one, now what's next, you know? That just doesn't happen. Yes?
In the context of the performing research, you're operating in the field, which sensory information do you like to do?
Sensory, what do you mean sensory information of our senses? Would say value none. Because it's mostly related to what you read out from machines. I mean, I'm speaking for my area, yeah. And maybe the close second would be visual. Yeah, when you look at infection or like in microscopes or whatever. But mostly it's not open to sensory input because it's like sequence data or process rate data. I mean, there's an entire world in ecology that's not organismic, but it's process rates. These are readouts from machines. There's machines that work in the field. Yeah. Not many for soils, but there are.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're not done yet. I mean, thank you so much for this panel. It was great. Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Meike. Thanks, Karin. Thanks, Matthias. And I'm very eager to discover the workshops tomorrow and to experience those collaborations. Now we're going to have our keynote speaker, Bernd Scherer, I think, who arrived. Is that right? Welcome, Bernd. Wonderful to have you here. And I would suggest that we just open the window, that we do a refreshment stop of 2 minutes, but that we just keep on going, because otherwise we're going to break apart. Thank you very much. So let's start in 3 minutes.
Ja. Yes. Ja, schon nur einer angeschlossen. Yes.
So we are now at the long-expected keynote speaker that has arrived, Dr. Bernd Scherer. We are very happy that he's the final position on our, let's say, panel discussion and symposium day. And I want to thank as well to everyone. We got so many impressions, and I think it's great that we can have the kickoff of experimental ecology together and to get all your input and your knowledge into the process that will end as an exhibition. And before we had as well discussion and the input about philosophers, and that it's something that is extinguishing, and I'm therefore even more happy that Bernd Scherer is the director and the philosopher of Haus der Kulturen der Welt in Berlin. And so you've been director since 2006, and you shaped the whole, let's say, system with your post-colonial or decolonial as well discourses, and we are looking forward now to welcome you and to get your input for our today's meeting. Please join us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Martina, for this very kind welcome, and thank you for the invitation. Since the invitation was a bit short notice, so I prepared something which I imagine that could relate to what you are interested in. But if you have completely different questions, I'm open also later on in the question-answer session to go into other directions. The major idea of this symposium is to develop new forms of relations to nature. In my presentation, I will at the beginning explore how the Western concept of nature developed since the Renaissance as part of a cosmological shift. In a second step, I will then analyze the devastating consequences of this shift. And at the end, I will discuss two alternative imaginaries, one European and the other from a non-European context. The concept of nature, which became foundational for modern colonial capitalism, was developed during the courtly culture of the Renaissance. Whereas the peasant life and the countryside was characterized by daily experiences and interactions with animals, plants, and natural elements, the courtly life took place at distance to the natural world. The relationship between the life at court and nature was highly mediated. Normally, there was no direct contact. The court, representing a social class which did not have to work, was less interested in the use value of objects than in their symbolic value. Take the example of water. Water for drinking and washing was provided. This means water for daily consumption was just there. What became of interest was the staging of water in forms of fountains. The same was true for fire. Courtly people did not have to care about the warming up of a room by a fireplace. All the more they could get excited by fireworks. The freedom from reproduction requirements allowed a detached attitude towards natural processes, which was close to a scientific form of observation. The French court culture developed during the early modern age. It was a time of transition. The cosmology of the Middle Ages, in which humans had a defined role in an eternal order to which nature also belonged, was dissolving. This process led to an experience of unstableness and precariousness, in which natural processes were not any longer experienced as part of a stable world order, but as a threat. Against this background, the development of French garden architecture appears as a rational project to design and master nature. Now, let's try. Also, this is Versailles, and this is just a print. Who moves around in these gardens is confronted with linear axes which seem to be drawn by a ruler. One encounters spherical tree balls and symmetrical flower beds. One experiences the garden as a geometrically designed form. Instead of an immediate encounter with nature, this encounter is an encounter with a form of representation. It is not nature which is foregrounded here, but a specific image of nature is staged. The formal structure can easily be understood by studying old images of these gardens. The perspective chosen reveals the thought structure inscribed in the images. We look from the bird perspective on these gardens, which implies a relationship of domination and of control over nature. The nature we admire in French gardens is a dominated nature, a nature which is a geometrical science system. World construction in French garden architecture was the prelude to Descartes' distinction between res cogitans and res extensa, which became the philosophical basis for the culture-nature distinction of modern thought. And the distinction of Descartes, thinking, the res cogitans, is not a perspective on a certain access to the world, but a realm of objects which is separated from the objects of nature. This categorical division between two worlds, the worlds of culture and the world of nature, has been anticipated by the practice of courtly culture when it invented an art world of its own in form of gardens. The court used its resources to create a world which it could control with the rational means of geometry. Descartes used this practice by translating it into a categorical system which was characterized by the dualism of the material world and the mental world. This separation was paid by a high price. Since the articulation by symbols and signs is only related to the world of the res cogitans, the res extensa, the material world, is left behind unstructured, without any form. That means Descartes' project of reason is only concerned with the world of the res cogitans. This is the symbolic world of culture. The world of material bodies is irrelevant, since the signs which articulate this world are frozen to objects in themselves. Separated from the material objects, they get integrated into the realm of res cogitans. It needs the artificial construction of a god who mediates between these two worlds. Descartes' dualism was applied to humans too. This is illustrated in the development of anatomy. Anatomy played already an important role for medicine during the Middle Ages, but it gained importance during the Renaissance. This was possible because the courtly person and later the bourgeois man became more and more alienated from their bodies, which they began to classify as brute nature. This was different for rural people who lived in a permanent exchange with nature because it remained important for their immediate reproduction. Whereas the rural population remained dependent on their body knowledge up to the 20th century, the bourgeoisie mistrusted more and more these perceptions. According to Descartes, the body perceptions were not clear and distinct ideas. since they mixed physical and mental aspects. Descartes considered light, color, tunes, odor, taste, dark and confused ideas. Body experiences got replaced by objectifying methods. Against this background, anatomy gained a paradigmatic role for the empirical sciences with its methods of visualizations. The transfer of this dualism on human beings introduced also disciplinary measures in order not only to control external nature, but also the human body. These new forms of disciplining of the body, as Norbert Elias has shown, were directly related to the aestheticization of courtly habits. The stylization of eating, talking, and so on, were comparable to the finishing of the gardens. The objective was to control emotions and passions in order to stage courtly power. External compulsion was transferred into the inner worlds. This thinking affected also deeply pedagogy. The body was suspect. It was associated with wildness and ferocity. Children were on the one hand innocent, on the other hand, they belonged like animals to nature. Therefore, specific education methods were needed in order to civilize them. Even Rousseau refers to the dualism when he argues that the soul has to control the passions of the body. Child education meant disciplining the body by rational mental control. The Jamaican intellectual Sylvia Wynter has shown how this invention of the human as a rational being and the establishment of the divide between the human and natural world is the translation of the division in the Latin Christian world of the Middle Ages between redeemed spirit and fallen flesh into the secular world. And she adds in the ceremony found text, quote, "This mapping then further gave rise to the correlated occult-like projection of a line divide of perfectibility and degeneracy, respectively between the European of mankind as an embodiment of phenotypically normal humanity and the non-European phenotypically different varieties of mankind as its abnormal human others." That means for Wynter, this dualistic worldview is at the heart of the cosmology of colonial capitalism, a cosmology which has reaffirmed itself during the last 500 years. It is a symbolic order which is implanted into our thinking and acting, and is even functioning in the ruins of late capitalism, which we encounter today. In this symbolic order, nature, and this includes Black and indigenous people, who are placed in the realm of nature, is looked at as a brute, uncivilized, chaotic world. It has therefore to be governed by white men and can be exploited by them. I come now to the second part, the consequences of this exploitation we encounter in what is called by natural sciences the Anthropocene. In order to understand the Anthropocene, look at this chart. Sorry. These are so-called hockey stick curves. The lines are at the beginning flat and rise at the end exponentially. All the developments addressed are induced by humans operating in the frame of colonial capitalism, meaning a capitalism which exploits what it looks at as human and natural resources. All the graphs refer to basic parameters of the Earth system, from CO2 emissions, acidification of the seas, to growing infrastructure, rise of cross-national product, and the decline of biodiversity. On the basis of these evidences, the natural sciences declare that these interventions have led to a new Earth epoch in which the activity of humans is disbalancing the whole Earth system. Climate change and the possibility of a sixth mass extinction are just two consequences we are encountering. Besides technological developments and capitalist economy, the exploitation of fossil energies, that is, natural resources, are the drivers of these developments. Here, the oil refinery can serve as a paradigmatic example. It transforms the fossil raw product which the planet has manufactured over millions of years as a result of a biochemical process and pressure into forms of energy which power our mobility. An immense compression of time has occurred. Planetary time is transformed into human time. Planetary time in which the processes of the building up of the fossil energies takes place is now become human time, the mobility we use day by day. This example makes it clear how technologies contribute to the planetary transformation of the world. The deep transformation which is taking place challenges the very categories on which this process is placed. We experience a delimitation of time and space which is connected with a change in scales. The effects of human behavior transcend traditional spaces of experiences. Traditionally, knowledge was transferred by generations, human generations. Now it depends on the rhythm of technologies. On the one side, we can communicate around the globe in real time. On the other side, we are connected via the fossil energies with the geological time of the planet. That is, different timescales of the planet. In the realm of politics, the consequence is that politicians have to take decisions in ever shorter time spans, decisions which have ever more long-term consequences. There are also direct consequences for the constructed limits between nature and culture. Working? The image you see here refers to what traditionally used to be a garden. It is now a machine. It is a machine in order to produce tomatoes for export in southern Spain. It's a photo by Armin Linke, who you probably all know. This space is at the same time a liminal space between Europe and Africa. The people working in these machine gardens are refugees who crossed the Mediterranean Sea. What used to be nature is a completely mentally constructed space by colonial capitalism. This modern implosion of the culture-nature divide in colonial modernity has also deep implications on the inner states of living species. Oh, sorry. Huh? Oh, sorry. Okay. Take this image of a dam in China, which is part of a larger dam system, which is constructed to secure energy for Chinese megacities. On the bottom of the dam, it's difficult to see. It's basically this part. Sorry, that the image is not clearer on the. On the bottom of the dam, we encounter fishermen who used to fish with boats on the river. You just have to believe me, you can't see it. Now they catch the fish by hands because the fish loses its orientation because of the pressure of the water and can therefore be easily captured. The divide between culture and nature, civilized and uncivilized, order and chaos, which is according to Winter at the center of the cosmology of Western modernity, brought us into the planetary crisis we are living through at the moment. It is Winter who is asking for different origin myths, which allows us to understand our relationships to other humans, but also to the natural world in new ways. This is an example from Ethiopia. It is a central piece in our current exhibition ceremony at the HKW. Ethiopia has been for a long time a crucial place for the anti-colonial imagination because it was not colonized before 1935-1936. And it had, of course, a major influence on the Rastafari movement, which is a reference point for Sylvia Winter's thinking of alternative origin myths. The painting refers to Ethiopian pagan legend, which is known as the fraternization of animals. One center is the lion, which is a symbol for the emperor, which was Haile Selassie. It symbolizes an origin myth, which can be first of all be read as the establishment of a social contract in which order is established after chaos. Predator and prey are united sitting around the table. But the lines dividing the space open up liminal spaces themselves. On the one side, the actors in the realm of order remain animals. They do not become a completely new species. There's another image to this. Oh, sorry. What is this? Huh? Okay, I leave this. They do not become completely new species. A special role is ascribed to the colobus monkey, who occupies the second center of the painting. He reads from the Holy Scriptures. He is a trickster figure who constantly transgresses the limits between human and non-human, order and disorder. And at last, this is a scene of the Christian Last Supper, where another transgression between the material bread and the body of Christ takes place. That means this painting unfolds an origin myth of liminal spaces in which categorical distinctions and borderlines are constantly transgressed. The metamorphoses of Ovid provide an example for a European thinking in which the borderlines between matter and life were kept fluid, which indicates a non-hierarchical and vertical way of thinking. Take the story of the artist Pygmalion. Pygmalion hates women. Because of bad experiences in the past, he keeps a distance to them. One day, we find him completely irritated in his studio. He succeeded in forming a female statue out of ivory of such beauty that he falls in love with her. He asks Venus to give him a woman as a gift who has the grace of this statue. When he returns home and approaches the statue, she slowly turns over to him. The ivory, that is matter, awakens to life. In the 18th century, this story was translated and transformed by Diderot into an atomistic theory. Diderot proposes an experiment. One grinds the ivory into powder and then mix it with humans and soil. Then one plants vegetables in this soil. Finally, the vegetables can be eaten by humans. In this process, the matter of the statue becomes step by step translated into life. The meaning of the symbols and the metamorphosis of Ovid arise in the course of the story, whereas in Diderot's argumentation, the reader is not confronted anymore with the irritations of Pygmalion, he is not confronted with his passions, and he is not asked to navigate through the story in order to be surprised and changes his or her expectations. Rather, Diderot's atomistic theory explains to the reader how the transformations between the inorganic and the organic are taking place. The meanings of the words and the explanation of Diderot are predefined and fixed. They are just applied. In the past, artists and intellectuals have again and again referred to Ovid. One interesting form to translate Ovid's thinking into our time we find in the work of Pina Yolda's An Ecosystem of Excess. Yolda's project takes as a starting point the primordial soup theory, according to which life on Earth started in the oceans billions of years ago, when inorganic material was transformed into organic molecules. Today, we find ourselves in a situation where plastic garbage is floating in the form of whole continents in the oceans. This, for Yolda, leads to the question, what kind of life could emerge out of this plastic soup created by humans when the oceans again become the place where from organic matter new life is created? Her answer refers to a post-human ecosystem. At the beginning, the oceans are a garbage bin for the remains of human civilization, but then they turn into agents of new forms of life. The oceans create organisms in which inorganic and organic material is completely mixed. New life emerges, which articulates itself in figures which are beautiful and fascinating, like this one, but irritating and disturbing at the same time. These new figures are monsters. They demonstrate a new imagined development. They are created in a world which is not anymore controlled by humans, but in which humans are part of a metabolic process. In this world, humans are agents amongst other agents. In this world, there is no stable ontology. Thank you very much. Wie geht das jetzt? Also, I'm open for question and answers.
Thank you very much for your great introduction into your work and your research and your program. So now we're open for questions. So who would like to ask the first one?
I don't know, this is a question that I wanted to ask the scientists as well, but maybe it's more interesting to ask you, because I'm bothered with this term climate change, and because I think it's too soft, it's too bland. And what do you think, because I've heard before, what do you think about this term ecocide, maybe from a philosophical point of view? And what would be for you the importance of communicating this crisis, or this, for me, is an ecocide, from a philosophical point of view in order to really make a change in our perspective?
Yeah, I think ecocide is the right word to refer to this process. I mean, even the natural sciences would argue what is happening here is that the planetary system of the Earth gets completely outbalanced by our interventions. So there is not just, let's say, here and there a problem, the whole planet becomes a problem. And when I mentioned the mass extinctions, of course, humans are part of this. It's not automatically that's just the other species, but the other species too, of course. So, I mean, from a philosophical point, there are two aspects to it. The one is the political aspect, and the other is the epistemological aspect. The epistemological aspect is important in the sense, and I couldn't go into that, that the classical forms of knowledge production do not anymore function in this kind of situation. We created a world which completely, we created a world in which the ways of knowledge about the world we produced up to now do not function anymore. For example, I give you a few examples. On the one side, what became obvious also in my talk is that the material culture divide, which is the basis for human sciences, cultural sciences on the one side, or humanities on the one side, and the natural sciences on the other side, is not functioning anymore because the phenomena we produced have a material aspect and they have a cognitive aspect. What was called nature is not anymore something beyond us. We are completely involved in nature. So in order to analyze this situation, we need new forms of knowledge production. The old categories and the old disciplines do not work anymore. This is one. The other aspect, which is also very important to see, is the disciplines in the sciences were created basically in the 19th century, beginning 20th century. I mean, it started end of the 18th century, but 19th century was a major point. Normally, to build up a discipline to respond to the world takes decades to develop. Our technological transformations, which are transforming the world, the planet, are taking place in generations of 5 to 10 years. So the ways to produce knowledges in the old systems are not anymore adequate to react to the epistemological situation. And the political situation, I mean, the political situation is, of course, also related to the epistemological, because normally one should take decisions, political decisions, on the basis of knowledge. But when the classical forms of knowledge are dysfunctional, it's very difficult also for politicians to take correct actions. But yeah, I mean, it's a bit longer explanation of what you asked. I mean, to some extent, this is a kind of meta-framing what I made here. If you have more practical issues to cultural production, you are free to ask them too. I mean, yeah, and then.
Maybe we can get another microphone, please.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your very interesting talk. This afternoon we had scientists and we had artists talking, and we were talking about, you know, how can they collaborate, how can they co-evolve, and when you say that the modes of knowledge production is sort of not keeping up with the changes in the world, do you have a vision of how we could not specifically what kind of knowledge, but how we could transform our knowledge production?
Basically, and this is related also to the practice at the HKW, what we tried to introduce in the frame of this thinking, which I tried to describe here, is that basically we with new forms of knowledge production, I mean aesthetical forms and also forms by activist thinking. Activists who are really involved in practices and relate to daily issues. the problem which we have in the relation between, let's say, scientific knowledge and artistic practices normally is that from the science part, the science asks, the scientists quite often ask the artists to illustrate what they are discovering. But what is needed is to look at aesthetical forms of knowledge production as opening up new perspectives, new accesses to the world, so that we really can develop also new knowledge system on a scientific level. We have to develop new accesses to the phenomena themselves. For example, what Armin Linke, I showed two images of Armin Linke here, what he is studying, and this is just one example. I mean, there are hundreds of artists who are really deeply involved in this kind of research, is that he, and this is just one line of his work, is interested in the infrastructures of this Anthropocenic world. So basically what is in the back, what normally is not seen, but which is day by day influencing our life. The tomatoes we get from southern Spain, the electricity we get from the dams. Normally, these whole infrastructures are in the background. And what he does as an artist is to foreground them, to make them agents. And then you start completely to rethink, who are here the agents? Are these people, politicians, or whoever? Or are these who are transforming our life on a daily basis? So I think this is what artists, for example, do. This is just one example. I mean, the other example with Yoldas I give here is, instead of looking at the relationship between humans and nature as a kind of divide, what she is interesting is to look at material processes in which humans are agents, but only one sort of agents. There are many other agents. These may be animals, this may be water, this may be other natural processes. So, and this, I think, is the importance I would stress in the relationship between the work of for example, natural sciences, but could be also other sciences, and artists, is that the artists open up really new accesses, new ways of looking to the world, and these are needed in a situation where the old categories do not function anymore. And of course, I mentioned also social actors. When people on the ground are confronted with problems, they have to, quite often, they are not going to the sciences to get their knowledge, but try out of their daily work to develop solutions for these issues. So also one implication of that is to redefine expert culture. Normally the experts are the scientists, and they tell the people what to do. But one could read it in a very different way, that we are all the experts, and the scientists should give solutions for our problems. So that the scientists should look at us as the experts. And of course, as daily people, they are also experts. But what is happening, I mean, especially in natural scientists, this is a phenotype. It's not, I mean, there are many others, but that their work as scientists does not normally relate to their daily life, to their daily experiences. It's really abstracted. It's framed by their disciplines. And I think in the situation we are in, we have to re-link our experiences to also the forms of knowledge production. Yeah, it does.
Thank you for the talk. Listening to you, I was very curious about who you might bring up then as a like European thinker who produced an alternative, and then it came out to be Ovid, which is kind of interesting take, I think, especially, I mean, the interpretation you gave with Diderot was quite convincing, but still, I mean, I think Ovid and especially the Pygmalion motive brings forward as well other possible interpretations who are quite popular today, like, you know, becoming the cyborg, the transhuman, and become a machine-like, and so it's in some way as well the old man, and here's really the man, male man dream to give birth through technique and you know, give life. But I mean, what is not really integrated in there is the organic dimension. I mean, I was wondering if you see, for example, somebody after the Renaissance period from like a Western perspective who might be interesting to connect with. I mean, I'm thinking, or we are working a lot at that moment about, for example, Helmut Plessner's philosophical anthropology, because, I mean, where at least there was the idea that we are naturally artificial. So in a certain way, we might say we are already cyborgs, and not only in the Western world, you know, like being double in the sense having a lived experience, but at the same time aspiring to something, invent ourselves, and I mean you can. But yeah, who would you think might be interesting thinker?
I mean, sorry, I just for taking notes. A little bit of paper. No, I mean. I took, first of all, I took Ovid very intentionally because he is a very interesting thinker, because what he is doing in his stories is to some extent and reconstructing the categories of the Aristotle system of Greek thinking. Aristotle really froze the categories which were there before much more fluid. And what Ovid is doing, and he is doing that by stories, is to dynamize again these processes. And therefore, I think he is an interesting thinker to look at back at a specific time, a historical time. And I mean, I became really interested in Ovid when once a year I go to the Gemäldegalerie in Berlin, which is normally a very empty place, and you really can see wonderful paintings for yourself. And at one point I discovered, I would say 30 to 40% of the paintings in the Gemäldegalerie have a reference to Ovid. He is really an important thinker. Okay, but that was the reason to not to come with the usual. But of course, I mean, for today, Donna Haraway is a very interesting thinker, addressing these kind of categorical changes, very obvious one. I mean, for the kind of thinking I'm interested in, she is interesting. Then, of course, whom I really admire is Anna Tsing. I don't know if you have read. If you haven't, you should read everything you get from her. She is really good. Yeah, I mean, these are, and of course, Latour to some extent is important too. I mean, these are the, let's say, contemporary thinkers who are trying to develop new categorical systems and new approaches in the sciences. Pardon me? Yeah, Rosi Braidotti. Yeah. I mean, yeah. one point I would like, I mean, it's in the paper, what I would like to make strong is the interconnectedness of very different problems, which are not quite often treated as differently. The one are these transformations of the Earth system, which, let's say, for example, are dealt with by natural scientists, but they are directly related to post-colonial struggles. There is no distinction. I mean, these are the same quarrels, and I think one of the major challenges also to think the contemporary situation is really to see how climate change, inequalities in the system, and post-colonial struggles or anti-colonial struggles are deeply connected with each other. Sorry.
Do you have an advice, like for curators, because what you did with the Haus, Kulturen, the Welt is quite, I mean, great process. Do you have any advice how to democratize and, let's say, include the citizen science, is it expert of all of us in your program and exhibition making?
Yeah, I mean, we did different kind of projects where we included on the one side students or even children from schools, but we worked also with people on the sites who are affected by climate change or by exploitations of the soils, the ground. I cannot say in which way you can involve yourself in our work in the future, because I'm leaving the HKW end of the year. So, yeah, I have only 2 months to go. So it's, I mean, I cannot offer something directly, but I really would recommend to frame projects in the future. For example, one idea I had at a point also in the last years, to take a village in the countryside and then to take the best people from natural sciences, from technology, from the human sciences.
Put the microphone a little bit closer.
Sorry. And to develop with the people on the ground, to take them as the experts, to say, we encounter these problems. Yeah? For example, degeneration of soil, or not enough water for agrarian use. But also other, I mean, mobility issues they are facing, energy problems they are facing. I mean, to take a small unit, so to say, and try to develop on the basis of their experiences, their questions they have, together with top people from the sciences and the humanities, solutions to develop kind of paradigmatic models. And of course, when you do that, let's say in a smaller unit, it's much more easier than on a national level or country, even international level. Because in the long run, I'm also convinced, at the moment, I would argue, we need to think in smaller units, which become, so to say, the major agents for change. Because on the large levels of states or even the European Union and so, this seems to be not possible. And then to use technologies like digital technologies to connect, so to say, all these units. So to have a kind of vertical structure around the world where people on the ground are developing their political, economical, but also cultural models to improve their forms and their ways of life.
And do you think that could be a solution for our struggles we are in now?
I think this could be I mean, it's very difficult to say these are solutions. But for me, this this is a model I would work for, because one of the major problems of these large scales of developments which are taking place at the moment is that quite often the people who are responsible for the decision making are not the most affected ones by the processes. So if you have processes where the people who take a decision are tomorrow also affected by these decisions, they think much more carefully, much more complex than if you just can exploit other parts of the world. And one way to look at the planetary solutions, the planetary challenge we have at the moment is, let's say up to the last century, what the Western modernity basically did is to outsource the problems. Be it energy problems, be it waste problems. If you have waste, you transport it to Africa and so on. And in the world we are living in, this is not anymore possible because the waste is coming back at one point or the other, or the people from there are coming. So we created a world where you have to develop also a planetary consciousness even in your local situation you are in the way you locally act. So we need both. We need smaller units, but we need also at the same time a thinking which is going far beyond that.
Thank you very much. Does someone else has a question, or shall we stop? Yes.
Hi, I very much appreciate the structure of your talk and how you were looking at in the way how the court started and then other institutions follow. And when we're talking about how we are going to be able to get messages out and so on, the in a way extrapolated involvement of court has become multinational corporations and institutions which have their own set of laws and their own set of entropy. Institutions are built to protect themselves, and corporations as well are built on the idea that maximizing the profit of the shareholders is their duty. And yet, for example, when you're looking at the extraction of the world's ocean resources, the Stockholm Center for Resilience Studies did a study on who actually does control it, and after long investigation, they came down to 13 transnational companies. It's not NGOs, it's not countries, it's 13 transnational companies. And of those 13, the smallest was the only American. The remaining 12 were 8 Asian ones, Southeast Asian mostly, and 4 Norwegian ones within a kilometer of where I work. And that means it was Moe, then Marine Harvest, Skatting, now Cargill, EOS, now Cargill, Austevoll-Gruppen, and forgotten the other one. Moe, Austevoll, Cargill, and yes, Skatting. And they are within a kilometer of where I work. And that means that if I want to be able to influence the extraction of the world's ocean resources, I talk to my actual neighbors. But then how do I talk to my neighbors in a way that will effectuate a change within their organization? And this is where I bump up into complete helplessness. I do not know how to go forward, how to make a long-term impact on these suprahuman organizations. Can you help?
6 months ago, I was in a discussion with a biologist, and the moderator, whenever this kind of questions came in general by the audience, said, "Oh, here we have the philosopher. He can give the answers." I mean, the classical answer, of course, would be not to deal with these issues on the neighbor question, but within a political structure. I mean, normally you have a so-called democratic state, and there are processes to get your the government to control these these companies or corporates, which is not anymore there. So what the challenge is we need new political structures, because you as a person and even the two of us are not going to change these corporates. So the question is, how to develop new political structures which are able to deal with these issues.
Thank you very much. It was an inspiring day with a lot of thoughts and inputs and questions. And before we were saying humans are speaking a lot and talking a lot. So tomorrow we are going to go on to the part of doing and creating new experiences together with the artists and scientists that are here with us for the 2 days. And hopefully continue then to share these experiences. So thank you very much, Bernd, for being here. Thank you for everyone, the scientists, the artists, the guests and participants, and the big thanks as well to Rebecca from the KBHG Foundation, and to Chus Martínez that inspired us and was part of our program and team too. And now we are going to continue with dinner. So everyone is welcome to join. And yeah, thank you for having spent this day together with us.
Thank you.